Alright, welcome on into the stream, everyone. Hope you are having a fantastic day, night, evening, whatever it is in your neck of the woods. Welcome on in to our Total War Pharaoh Dynasty stream. Hey, it is a Daxmas, welcome on in. So we've got several votes in on the poll. Hey, random name. Had to put the Greekoids in their place. I mean, we kind of are ourselves. There's a lot of similarities between Troy and the Achaeans here, but we'll definitely be doing our best. We might be able just to subjugate them through diplomacy. My volume is incredibly high. Hang on now. My poor ears. Welcome, everyone. So I have had a few requests to go ahead and just check out a couple of the faction units. Looks like you wanted to see the Canaanites. We'll see the Aegeans kind of through playing, both fighting them and playing ourselves through the Trojans. I can at least show off the Canaanites since I've been asked. So we'll go into custom battle real quick. And we can even stay here with Troy. Which, the Trojans are awesome because if you're playing on multiplayer, they do combine up a lot of the minor factions into kind of whatever major faction they would be allied with if you're playing your major faction as the lore, or as history would intend. So with Troy, you get Rhesus, you get Paris and Hector, of course. You get Sarpedon down from Lycia. You get Rhesus, and I think Priam is here as well. Yep, you've got everyone, a gang's all here. With Amonmes, actually Memnon has been added on in, and he is actually commanding a faction down in Napata now. So actually, when you're playing Memnon or any of the Egyptians, you might want to just make friends with. I'm gonna have to turn that off. I've got vibrations going on. I have a tablet set up so I can see the chat as well, so I don't miss any comments. But right now, it's just being obnoxious. All fixed. All right, sweet. Set that right back up. Hopefully the smacking around doesn't cause any issues. There we go. Now I can keep an eye on. Glorious. So, you wanted to see the Canaan. Yes, we're not Canaan here, are we? Wanted to see the Canaanite units. We'll go with Ursu. So, Ursu has him some. That's not Ursu. That's some other Canaanite Mongoloid. We got the Hoopshu Warriors. Very lethal, very good at taking down shields, but very light. A lot of his roster is going to be very, very light, very mobile, very good at smacking people, and very good at killing. So there's a new melee lethality stat, melee lethality and missile lethality both, where each hit for either one is going to have a set chance to automatically kill the enemy, just outright. Armor is going to negate this a little bit, as well as I think there are some other factors in there too, but this is the kind of the base chance, and it is awesome. So basically, a lot of your units will be falling. While your battles do take quite a bit longer and they are a little bit more tactical, your units do randomly drop quite a bit faster when you're using the right units. So javelins, archers, axes, clubs, things like that are very lethal. And some units will have different lethality stats kind of just based on what they wanted to tune them as. So you got your Sabu Nagib Spearmen, which are medium, very good against mounted units. And they can also set buildings on fire using torches. So good for just kind of lighting a place on fire and running away, drawing your enemy through the flames to damage them. Pretty good stuff. Also, a lot of his units are going to be goofy and have Heedless Charger, so if they see an enemy, they might go berserk and just charge straight at them. They're pretty hard to control Ursu's army until you get into the later tier. You basically just want to set them up in a formation where they're looking at the unit that they can beat the brakes off of the easiest, and they might just go do that for you. You got the Sabu Nagib Swordsman. Very good shield, pretty good armor. Good damage too. As we do this, let's go ahead and come through these units here near the end. I want to jump into a campaign. I've been playing Babylon quite a bit. They are my favorite of the new campaigns. You'll notice we've got major factions now, as well as minor factions too. So I can pretty briefly go over some of the minor factions that are coming with Egypt, Hatti, Canaan, Mesopotamia, and the Aegean. There are no Sea People minor factions, so you're only going to have access to Wetes and Ioleos still, which are both fantastic campaigns. Highly recommend giving them both a try. Xmas Lethality seems like an awesome mechanic. Oh, it's great. I love it. I actually, since we are allowed to give a rating now, I would put Pharaoh with the Dynasties at probably a 9.5 out of 10. All of the changes are pretty dang fantastic. We will be going through as many of them as we can as I go on, and if I miss anything, go ahead and shout that on out in the comments. Also for Egypt, your minor factions now are Merneptah, where you start up as the Pharaoh, the aging Pharaoh, with his gigantic dynasty tree of all his many sons and daughters ruling different factions in their own right. Pardon me. Alright, so he basically, for a lot of your minor factions, you'll have a smaller faction unit roster here. It's kind of a smattering of units from different factions, different native rosters, and some very few unique units in there. So for Merneptah, you start worshipping Ptah, which is kind of all about building up one settlement, so more of a tall deity. You've got all of your lower Egyptian units, which are very lightly armored. There's usually a lot of them, and they're quite expendable. So they have 160 units in a melee squad as opposed to 120 for your normal on Ultra. We're not playing on Extreme, we're playing on Ultra, just because my computer handles it a little bit better. Let's see about... Yes, they're expendable, they're resistant to heat, they're good at ripping through armor. There's a lot of them. They're not very good at fighting, but there's a lot of them, and that's kind of the trade-off. Got your spears, got your slings, which are very, very good at dealing with enemy archers or javelins before they get too close, or any just other unshielded units. That's basically what you're going to be using your slings for, is scouting and skirmishing before the enemy closes that gap. They've got lots of range, but not a lot of damage. And also not a lot of lethality on their missile attacks. You'll be able to see it's usually half or a little bit less than that of arrows. Your swordsmen, pretty decent shields. Again, very lightly armored, so they will die quite quickly in prolonged melee. However, they will start gaining the Aspire ability, where as long as they're next to a unit with at least 60 morale, they'll be inspired and they will fight a little bit better. So have more melee defense and melee attack, which just increases their chance of blocking attacks will get them, and their chances of hitting enemies too. Got your axe conscripts for taking down shields and being highly lethal. Got your archers for low range but high damage arrows. They've also changed how missile trajectory works, where before your archers would just shoot both this kind of mixed shot where they would either shoot a arcing or direct shot depending on range and what's in front of them. Now you can actually select that, so you can select direct shot or arcing, where your direct shot's going to deal more damage but have less range, and have more lethality as well by quite a bit. And your arcing shot's going to have less damage, more range, and less lethality. So very good for kind of extra immersion, I guess, and extra tacticality while you're out there on the battlefields with your arrows. Same thing with the slings, you can do the same with both. Quite cool. You've got your veteran spearmen, which are a little bit heavily armored, a little bit more heavily armored, still medium. You're not going to find a lot of heavy armor in any of the Egyptian rosters because they're used to fighting on the sands, and heavy armor does suffer quite a bit in the sands. You got your veteran swordsmen, your Egyptian archers, which have a little bit more range, but still not a lot. Your first chariots. Light chariots are very quick, very good at skirmishing, but if they get tied up in any kind of melee, they usually get bogged down really quickly, can't escape, and they get torn to pieces. Lower Egyptian chariots a little bit heavier, so your medium chariots can slam into enemies and escape a little bit easier, plow through a light infantry quite well. But besides that, you want to keep them away from heavy infantry or anything that is kind of already braced and ready for you, otherwise they'll get bogged down and also killed quite quickly. For your faction units, you've got some of those lower Egyptian swordsmen and things. I don't think the lower Egyptians are here, so you got the lower Egyptian swordsmen, you've got the armored lower Egyptian archers, Kushite Royal Guard, which are down deep in Amenmes's lands. The elite Magi archers come from Rameses. The Sene chariots also come from Rameses. The elite axemen, I believe, are coming from Seti, and then the elite Magi warriors are coming from Rameses. So you've got quite a strong roster starting up with Merneptah, and you get all the access to all of the Pharaoh units too. So Nakati is Rameses' father. Minotaur as Thoth, which is he's the god that's focused on kind of sieges and holding out in your own territory. I think he also boosts up, I don't remember off the top of my head, but you will have your Western Desert units, which are very lightly armored. We're not going to go through every single stat that we can get into our Trojan campaign before an hour in, but you got your very lightly armored units that are very good at fighting in the desert. And also lots of high lethality on these units here. A little bit better archers too. They've got quite a bit more range, and some abilities that allow them to shoot faster at a cost of some range. His units are going to be Egyptian spears, levy javelins, archers with clubs, Egyptian Kapesh warriors, which are a little bit heavily armored, a little bit more heavily armored, that is, your mace axe warriors, which are quite good, and then your Magi spearmen. And the Pata is going to be led by Memnon. You start with Horus as your starting deity. Again, I don't have all of the buffs and debuffs that the Egyptian deities have off the top of my head, so you might have to get in there to take a look. He starts with the Nubian and Kushite units, which are very, very good at shooting arrows, missile-focused native roster that's very lightly armored. It has pretty good melee defense, though you can hold guys in place with your recruits and your other spear lads, and they'll let your archers rain down death. They've got the highest range of any, show it off properly, highest range of any native recruitments, or native roster, with 230 and 200. They don't quite get up into the 240. That's for Almond Mess proper. 230 is a lot on your archers, and they have quite a bit of lethality too. Oh man, am I boosting them up more than they are? They've got the same as normal. Still, highest range by a long shot. Not much armor, so they really don't like being shot in return. They're very fast. Now, for Memnon's units, you've got the Nubian Clubmen, which comes from Almond Mess's faction. You have quite a bit of Almond Mess's faction units here. So Nubian Clubmen, Nubian Swordsmen, which actually have a bow as a secondary weapon that has 210 range. Not much missiles, but still, it's quite a bit of range death to throw down before they get close. You've got your Nubian Slings, which have a lot of range. Nubian Renowned Longwomen, which are here in the native roster as well. Your Nubian Chariots that come over from Almond Mess. Very fast, very high range, very good archer chariots. And then your Elite Magi Warriors, which are just fantastic. One of the things with the Magi is they're very elite, have lots of good stats, have lots of good traits, but they don't have as many units per model, or per models per unit, that is. Well, hello there. Hey, Luca. This is all base game. It is indeed. I'm sorry, I missed a few of these. I've missed a few of these comments. We'll get caught up. So we've got, is this all base game? Yes, indeed. We've got 9 out of 10. Can't wait to try it. Indeed, it's a lot of fun. I have been playing almost non-stop since it started up. Is there a Nubian leader minor faction in Egypt, Mantis? We actually are just now here to him. Unless that is going to be Napata here. Actually, it's Kushite, isn't it? In that case, no, there isn't. Since they're Kushite, no, there is no Nubian minor faction that you can play as. Well, hello there, says Kai Boboya. Welcome to the stream. What does playing tall look like in this? Really interested in playing something other than conquering the entire world. Well, you do tend to conquer the entire world playing tall, too. You just kind of start by building up your own faction quite as fast as you can and getting a lot of units. Just kind of holding the line. The best factions to play tall are going to be actually Troy and Babylon up in the north. And probably even, I guess I did say Merneptah. But for your major factions, also Almond Mess is very good at just kind of holding the line and building up a squad of archers that you're not going to get through. We've got the Libu Nomads, that is going to be Jejeffi. I believe that's how you pronounce that. Help with pronunciations on any of these cultures would be greatly appreciated. I am just a humble ill pronunciationist, so I'll need some help. We've got the Western Desert Nomads for their units as well, and they'll start worshipping Amun, which I believe starts as the patron deity for the Egyptians. So if you start up and you want to roll into the Egyptian court, if you are worshipping the patron deity of whatever the dynasty is, you get more legitimacy start to start, which we'll kind of get to explain as we go. They've got faction units being the Libu Tribe Spears, Libu Warriors, Libu Desert Skirmishers, Composite Bowmen, Swords, and the Tasseti Longbowmen, which are those elites that I was talking about with Almond Mess's faction, have 240 range, which is just insane. They also got really good melee stats when it does come to, well, stats aren't great, but lethality stats when it does come to throwing hands. They've got a good spear, and they have very high lethality, so 14% chance to just outright kill an opponent when stabbing them with their spear. Pretty good stuff. 40 damage on their missiles is also insane. They can aim true, which gives them 5 more accuracy, but drops their range by 50%, gives them the sharpshooter trait. So basically they will ignore any missile block chance provided by shields, so your Aegean heavy shields are going to matter 0 against the Tasseti. It's terrifying as it sounds. We've got a secondary Libu Nomad unit, or roster, being the Murye. Their capital is Wahet Matet, and they've got this lovely, I think it's goat emblem. They've also got the Western Desert Nomads as their native roster, and their faction units are going to be the same. They're just missing those Tasseti Longbowmen. Instead, they've got Elite Clubmen, which are fantastic at readjusting attitudes. And we've got the Egyptian Melee Chariots, which are kind of your only light melee chariot. Very good at rounding up archers and skirmishers and the like. They're actually pretty good at dueling with other chariots as well. That high lethality from their spears. They used to have a bonus versus large, but that looks like that has been replaced with high lethality. Moving right along to Hatti. Memnon from Troy. Memnon from Troy, indeed. There's a lots of factions here from Troy. We'll get to see quite a few. So in the Hatti minor factions, you've got the Almi to Shub, which are Carchemish. Carchemish starts with lots of enemies. That's from my testing. So Carchemish is going to be a pretty tough start for you. They have the Lowland and Usawa units, which are starting with kind of lightly armored peasant here with slings and clubs. They get medium armored pretty quickly with spears and swords. Heavily armored in their late tier, which means they are going to be very hard to move. Much more defensive faction. They move quite slowly too. See 26 speed, as opposed to some of these guys that have light armor with 42 speed. They're going to be crawling across the map. Very good at kind of holding one position and letting your enemy come to you. You've got really good javelins, which is we'll see javelins have insane range lethality. They already have incredible damage and good armor piercing, but they now also have 50% lethality, so half the time you chuck those javelins, someone is going to be falling, which is hilariously good. Does Troy have the Greek Pantheon of Gods? Asked Jacqueline. Yes, indeed. They did bring, well, so Troy and everyone from the Aegean kind of area shares the same pantheon. They brought over 5 of the gods from the original Troy game. So we've got Zeus, Ares, Poseidon, Apollo, and Aphrodite. Sadly, Athena did not make the cut, which I wish she would have. Their faction unit, I guess they're the first with the heavy chariots, which is a much smaller unit model of chariots compared to your, let's see if I can show off the smaller guys here. You've got 16 in a heavy chariot model, you've got, on a light one, you've got 36 in a light chariot unit, so it's quite a bit different. Their faction units are going to be those Hittite Chargers, very good axemen. Hittite axemen, which are again very good axemen. They've just got a smaller axe. Hittite Chariots, which are very good heavy chariots. They smash right through even pretty heavy infantry, just as long as they're not holding. So they'll run right through and keep on rolling, which allows them to escape quite easily. They've got heavy Anatolian Chariots too, which are just a little bit stronger than the others, just lacking a shield. They've got the armored Hattusan archers, which are going to be some of your best archers over in the Hittite lands. They are not really known for their bow work. They're known for their chariots, their heavy armor, and their javelins. They end up with the reinforced chariot, which is actually the throwing javelins at a pretty good range and dealing a lot of damage. These are some mean chariots, and they cause fear. Alright, moving right along quite quickly here, we have the Urartu. Got the same native roster. They will be worshipping Shaushka. The lives of your people have gotten markedly more dangerous, but ever so exciting. Oh, sounds wonderful. Their faction units are going to be those Isuan Axemen, so some of the native roster coming on up. Those armored skirmishers. They actually are the first, though, that have some horse archers. So you've got the Sumerian horse archers. They're the, I guess, the super proto-cavalry. Cavalry wasn't supposed to come around for another quite some time. But I think they get away with it pretty well here by having a lot of the horsemen look like they do not have any kind of a saddle whatsoever. Not a lot of armor on the horses, and a lot of them are really, really fragile, so I think it works out quite well. Not historically accurate, but quite fun. So you've got your horse archers, which are very mobile, still, like I said, very fragile, but very fast. So good at scouting, good at kind of keeping an eye on the battlefield, and then dropping some damage in before the enemies close the gap. Looks like they are immune to campaign map attrition also, and have ground type penalties lowered. It's not Strider, but it's pretty close. The Sumerian warriors are your shielded light cavalry that is for taking out other cavalry or chariots. You've got a good, pretty decent melee lethality and 10 bonus V large. Good stuff. You got your Urartu guards, medium class, good at kind of holding a line. They've got a very, very nice shield. 75% of missiles being blocked is glorious. They've also got a fun Urartian Battle Prayer. So an activated ability that will give them 20 morale and 5 melee attack. I think a lot of the Urartu units are going to have that as one of their abilities. They're the first ones we're going to see. I believe these guys come from a specific native roster. And we also get the Sumerian Elite, which are a tier 5 medium cavalry. Very good. A little bit more heavily armored, has a pretty decent shield too. Really good at hunting down large targets or just annihilating infantry that are not paying attention. Then you have Alashia, which is going to be one of my favorite minor factions to play as you start on the kind of bronze producing island. and you start with the Phinku and Yamha native units, which are going to be a blend of Canaanite and Syrians. Lightly armored in the early tier, medium armored in the middle tier. A lot of these guys are going to have extra javelins to throw before combat starts, and an ability that allows them to throw those javelins at the spokes of your enemy's chariots, kind of similar to Indiana Jones does in The Last Crusade, allowing them to slow those chariots almost to a crawl, and you can move in and just take them out. Good stuff. We've also got really, really good skirmishers that can ambush, sneak around them out. They lose a little bit of their speed, but they become unspottable and stalk as long as they aren't on... Never mind, the stalk gives them sneaky anywhere. Good stuff. Also got some pretty good archers with the Syrian light archers, which are some of the only ones now. They reduce the number of archers in game that have access to the fire arrows to make it a little bit more of a cultural thing. So the Syrian archers have fire arrows, which are great for scaring enemies off, lighting brush on fire, lighting towers on fire. They're really, really good. They've got some good heavy in the late tier, and the armored Syrian archers, which have good range, fire arrows again, and rapid fire. They'll be chucking flaming death as quickly as possible. Armored Canaanite chariots are a medium elite melee chariot. I'm not sure how well they actually duel with the heavy elite chariots. We might have to try that out in our campaign at some point too. Be a good thing to test. Their faction units are a lot of veterans from Canaan, some good slings, some Anatolian chariots, those heavy ones from over in Hatti's lands, and then the veteran Hittite spearmen, which have a lot of good traits. Storm warriors, so they're not going to have as many penalties from rain, storm, and thunderstorms, but they will also be able to, as long as they're not moving, not in battle, there's no enemies nearby. I guess they can catch their breath even if they're... This used to be only if they weren't moving, so now as long as there's no enemy presence in the ability range, they will just be regenerating their stamina, which is really, really good. Allows you to run around with them and not have to worry about that so much as long as you get to their place before the enemy closes that gap. We've got the Helarizi, which is a fantastic name. Their capital of Malidia, and they're going to also have the Lowlands and Isola units. A good combination of kind of a heavily armored, it looks like Hittite units for the most part, or their faction units too. Quite interesting. I guess it allows you to... A lot of the minor factions are kind of strange though, because your native unit roster and your faction unit roster are blended a lot of the times, so it makes building up those barracks buildings a little bit different. We'll blast through these last ones here. We've got the... Who are you guys? The Sangarian Phrygians, which are kind of one of the main antagonists for the Hittites here, for the original at least. You've got your Suan native units, which we're going to be seeing quite a bit with Troy. These are a lot of the Trojan units. Very lightly armored in the beginning. Still with some pretty decent shields. They'll become medium armored in the middle tier, like most are. And they become very, very heavily armored in the late tier. These guys have also some of the best archers available to your native roster. Just none of the fire arrows like the Assyrians, sadly. Pretty good archer chariots too, but they are all light here, so they will take a lot of damage in melee. We've got some Kaskian chargers, Phrygian mercenaries. A lot of the units you see coming at you when you're playing as Shupaluliuma by the kind of the rebellion factions that are the Phrygians that are coming down from the north. You see a lot of these units here, so it's got good spears for running down chariots. Good axemen, good skirmishers, good skirmish chariots, good stuff. On to Canaan. Aphrodite's Bay. Truth. Just don't let the Lady Wizard know. Alright, over to Canaan, we've got Ugarit, which actually starts again with lots of enemies, so a pretty tough start. Get your Phinku and Yamha units, and your faction units are going to be a little bit of a blend of a lot of guys here. So your native units coming from down with Ramesses, and as well as some of the guys from Irsu. Some Syrian archers, some Canaanite spears, some armored Syrian archers, some good slings, and some renowned the last two defenders, which are in a late tier unit you get with Walweti's squad. As long as you start Priam, ruler of Troy.
Unity is strength.
We'll take kind of an intermission, maybe middle on, and show off more of the unit, more of the minor factions. Can you turn off the character deaths, or do you have to play with it on? You absolutely can. Go ahead, you can turn off aging, you can turn off character deaths. You can play almost identical to how base Pharaoh was. You can either show it off even. See if we can find it. You can change lots of things. You can customize pretty much the entire campaign, which is pretty dang good. We're going to play with almost everything on default. You got immortal faction leaders, which means even if they get taken out in battle, they won't be killed, they will be just wounded. And they will also not die of old age. disallow rebellions, allow fully equipped generals right on recruiting them. This is the default option. Yeah, sure it is, because having fully equipped generals is goofy. Generals at max rank can do all sorts of stuff. Still aren't able to weaken the... Can't wait for there to be that slider that we have in Warhammer. As soon as they have it, we will be playing on harder difficulties for our battle AI, but as it is, they like to give the enemy way too many buffs. So it's just not quite a lot of fun. So, like, if you have a unit of Coastal Club fighters, they're fighting another unit of Coastal Club fighters. On hard, you will lose 100% of the time. So I'm going to play on hard on the campaign, normal on our battle difficulty. We'll go ahead and read through Priam's lovely bit of flavor text here. Priam is a hereditary king of Velusa, in whose family's hands it was for a number of generations. The past 50 years, he has witnessed the gradual disintegration of Hittite authority over the Anatolian region, resulting in an attempt on part of the Mycenaeans to overthrow his own father, who later managed to reclaim his seat. He has spent many years building up his reputation as probably the most influential leader among Hatti's vassals, though not through intimidations or shows of power, but a willingness to listen and be close to the problems of Western Hatti. In particular, even as the sovereign of Hattusa has often considered them a nuisance. Probably Paris' fault they're considered a nuisance. You start with the local deities of Aphrodite, Apollo, and Arena. We have kind of a blend of Hattusan and Aegean Pantheon here, which will be quite fun. We've got those Asuan native units we were talking about previously, and our own faction units are very ranged focused and very defensive. We have a few good club infantry, but that's not going to be the majority of our roster, and they're going to only be really in the medium tier. There's some other units here that I don't think it's showing us, because Troy has a couple of extra squad guys that you can get through their buildings. So for our special buildings, we'll have the Great Mustering Hall, increasing happiness but dropping production, which allows us to get up some more units. This is going to be in your minor factions, the Mustering Halls like this. The Trojan Monument is going to be a one-time build. It gives your happiness at that province 7 extra happiness, and 2 in the adjacent provinces. You also get 5 victory points. Allows anyone that is recruited in this province that is a faction unit to be given the Sons of Troy ability, which we'll have to see later on because you don't get to see what it is. You don't get to see what it is here. It also costs 50 gold just to have this building built up in whatever region it's in. It costs a lot to build, doesn't it? 7 of your workforce, 5,000 of the golden stone, and 1,200 wood. We'll get the Foreign Relations Office, allowing us to boost diplomatic relations with all factions, give us a little bit of gold, but drop our own influence, which with Priam is actually kind of a good thing. We'll see later on. We've got a regimental compound, which is just going to be replacing your normal barracks and archers. For archery range, you'll just basically grant the ability Sons of Troy for all of those faction units that are recruited there. And that's again just replacing your barracks. I think this is only available in your major settlements though. Alright. Gameplay settings will have, like I said, hard, normal. Everything looks good to me. We'll make sure the settings, we'll show you all of the graphic settings we're rolling with as we get into probably the first battle, but we start with 2 provinces under our control, 1 enemy, with Mycenae all the way over here with Agamemnon and Menelaus having to carve their own path for now. Let's do it. Jump in real quick. What difficulty? We're playing on a hard campaign in normal battle. I'll explain why here after this little cutscene.
I am Meneptah. No, I am the great Pharaoh Meneptah. 10 years ago, I inherited the throne in the shadow of my father. The strong bull, the protector of Egypt, the chosen of Ra and beloved of Amun, the mighty Pharaoh Ramses the Second. Egypt has flourished throughout my reign, but now I sense the eyes of Set upon me, and dark times are coming. What will happen to my kingdom after my soul slips into the eternal lands of the afterlife?
Also, hey Carlos, hey Philocrates, welcome on in. Hey Magi, great game. I do seriously wish instead of Renepta we could have got a more unique cinematic intro. I guess I do hear that. But this game was always meant to be focused on Egypt, but I do agree. I do like the Dynasties intro. They kind of added little blurbs there with Troy and the Mesopotamians. Ninurta charging in by himself and using a spear like a bat just kind of looks a little bit silly. That's how you die. In fact,
the Great Green's Cove was once the domain of Knossos, a people most agreeable and cultured. But they are gone. A cauldron of turmoil remains. Still, in the face of aggression and duplicity, the Trojans have ever tried to retain their dignity. Their strength is considerable, their standing solid. Yet their Phrygian neighbors are coarse and belligerent enough to justify Troy's anger. The Trojans have long been loyal to their sovereign, but the past is past. Hatti's
hey
grip
Fatty, would love to see the units from the court positions if possible as early in the game. We will have to wait until court is available, but then we can absolutely see them. Court should pop up in the first 3 turns, after the first 3 turns.
Prideful Messenians have usurped the claim to glory once held by Knossos, and they only trade in boasts and blows. Surely Trojans will not give up their treasures because a mere Messenian has brandished a sword and is snarled in their face. No Messenian has mastered the sword and snarl better than Agamemnon.
I appreciate it.
Though king of his own
awesome. I'm glad to have you in the guild.
He is not content.
Glad to have you in for the stream too. I'll hush up so you can hear Renepta talk now.
Thracians from the mainland too thrive in strife and discontent, and they seem immune to compromise despite Troy's diplomatic skill. Yet Priam must try, whether it be taming the wild spirit of the Thracians or seeking accord with his sly and fractious brethren in the west of Hatti. Troy is abundant in potential, and has long had the means to become mighty. Though it has kept its ambition hidden under subservience, now the opportunity is here.
Yeah, it would be cool if Priam was giving the voiceover too, but it is indeed from the Egypt. All of them are from the Egyptian point of view, so he does talk some smack about a lot of the others that aren't Egyptian, which is quite fun. Also for Troy, we are the Uniter, we're the Patriarch ruler of Troy. I guess that could have been a fun title. We're going to be all about diplomacy and bonking those that don't want to submit to our diplomacy. Be aggressive negotiations. For our faction buildings, like we kind of saw earlier, we'll have our unique buildings are concentrated around the province of Walusa, and they are going to provide stronger faction units and gain diplomatic relations with other factions. Does it show us what this ability does? Oh, sweet. Oh, no, it doesn't. Which provides combat benefits for units with his attributes when they fight together. That's a pretty good one. Our faction units are going to be those Trojan nobles and guards of Troy. We'll have the command that allows us to gain foreign... hang on now. You'll gain foreign influence presence for each influence above 20% in your territories. When you activate the command, you'll gain some high-tier foreign faction units based on that foreign presence amount, and the presence of whichever culture it is, too. I'm going to be confederating a couple of different factions. I want to get Thrace, Rhesus in, but we won't confederate all of them because with one of our ancient legacies, we'll be able to recruit globally from any of the allied factions we have. So I want cool generals. I don't want to snatch up all of them so we lose access to their awesome global units that we would lose if they join our faction. Our court position, we actually start as the Wanax of the Aegean, so we are the highest court position. We're going to see how good that is here in a bit. We apparently use gossip. We reveal all plots related to the court position instead of just one. We can discourage them. They'll grant us gold depending on the plot level. Interesting. So you can just tell them, hey, I wouldn't do that, and they'll give us some money. Fair enough. Let's get to it. We start off worshipping Apollo, which is going to grant us lots of extra missile damage and happiness. Very good stuff. We'll also actually not get to see any of our deities or anything until about 3 turns in, so we have a lot of our campaign kind of locked off. But we start over here in Troy, which looks beautiful. Biggest update for the historical Total War game in a very long time, and I'm so glad that they decided not to just give up on this one. It is turned into something glorious now, and I don't know how many more updates we are going to see, if any, but right now this is a game I would absolutely recommend, especially with that 33% discount on top of the other, because it was a $60 game, I believe, at start. It dropped down, and now it's 33% cheaper, so I think it's probably a good time to pick it up. Let me ask you, do you like Pharaoh? Oh, indeed, yep. I would say 9.5 out of 10 is what I would give Pharaoh now after all of the updates. Add changes to our ruling family, our dynasties. We'll actually show that off here too. Yoink, or now we have a dynasty tree and a family tree too. We've got civilians that are going to be able to be married off, sell your children for diplomatic relations or things of the sort. So we've got Hecuba, who and actually all of your male or female civilians, which a lot of them aren't going to be as male, but they are going to have your different traits as well. So I don't know that the presence, fortitude, and ardor actually do anything, which would be cool if it actually applied that to the general they're married to. It does not, I've tested. So I kind of ignore the top 3, but increased chance of having children, which is awesome, and increased marriage eligibility. So having our family tree expand, that way we can take over other factions. You can actually send some of your children off to other factions, and if they become the heir, I believe they actually start as the scion, and if they become the full faction leader, you get a nice bump to your diplomatic relations with them. So we have Hector here, who starts 22, he's the scion and the heir, so you have kind of we're the unremarkable dynasty of the Aegeans. How glorious. But Hector's the heir, so if Priam dies, and when Priam dies, he will take over, and since he's the scion, his bodyguard unit doesn't cost any upkeep. So you can appoint any of your heir or someone else as a scion who automatically becomes your next faction leader, and their upkeep on their bodyguard goes away. If the heir is not a relative, they found a new dynasty and steer its aspects through their deeds. Hector already has a child, Astyanax, and Andromache is his wife. She is obedient. Great. Paris is not actually out on the campaign map just yet, but he is troublesome self. Look at Paris. I've always felt really bad for Hector and Priam. Paris is a clown. Oh, he's a hedonist. That does make sense. extra chances for having a children. He will not be appointed a scion to anyone, and he's lucky if we don't send him off to another faction. He actually starts with a pretty good bow, so we might not. We've got Dephobos, Sarusa. They become of age at 16 or 18, I believe, in this, and then they can become a general or otherwise. Cassandra and Helenos. Cassandra famously cursed for she's a seer that no one believes. So no matter what she says, even if it's to say that Troy is falling or Troy will fall or whatever's going to happen that is absolutely true because she's seen it, no one believes her. I don't remember who cursed her. I think it was Apollo. He can be quite fickle. So there's the dynasty tree. So this will include any people that are adopted into your faction that are not from your own faction. So you can actually add to your tree as the leader if you can adopt other faction leaders into your own tree, which is quite cool. We can also see how well our dynasty is done. We could rename it if we so wish. I'm not going to this time. Well, actually, we might. First dynasty of the Guild. It's going to confuse a whole bunch of people from this area, but you will get more aspects as you complete different things, because different things happen in your empire. Different setbacks, different good things, and that will kind of pave your way. You'll get to actually see all of the things that happen, and that will give you different positive and negative attributes for the entire dynasty, which is really cool. At least I think so. Ain't no way. Just don't take some odd-looking horse. Fair enough. Take in some odd-looking horse. We got a few of those coming on from over there on the other side. Hey, Geronimo. Hey, dude, I just subscribed to you. I have brought in Pharaoh after this free update. Well, I don't blame you. Definitely worth it. So our two warriors, our two armies we start with is a good old King Priam here. He starts as a 50-year-old man. He also has the benevolent father background, which gives him a couple of trait predispositions, which you can have 6 of them, and these are going to be similar to your traits over in Warhammer, where they just give you different positive, I don't think there's any negative ones, but different positive benefits on the campaign map, and there's 2 different sides to each of these, where depending on the things you do, you will increase that one or the other, and actually you can reduce them by doing the opposite. So if you end a turn in a region where buildings are being constructed, you drop construction cost, or on the opposite side, if you're raising or sacking settlements and shrines, you will instead gain resources from raise, but you can't have both. You can have one or the other. So you can kind of pave your own path for each general. Priam has the merciful one, though, so more resources from ransoming, so we need to ransom as much as possible. We are going to be resolute, so we can move further on land and sea. He is going to be, I believe, cooperative. Right, yeah, he's going to be cooperative, which gives him extra aura size for his general, very good. And then lastly, he is respectful, which gives us more happiness for his province. Irreverent just gives you more influence, and the other side of the other coin gives you more morale. And more siege or ambush defense and siege hold all times. There's some pretty good stuff in here. You can also get stuff that buffs up different units. So the more often you're recruiting spear and shield units or taking fewer casualties to the bodyguard unit, you'll gain Spearmaster, which gives you 6 more melee defense for any unit in 60 meters who is using a spear only. Pretty good stuff. You can buff up your armies in the ways that you wish. Or charge bonus for 2-handed weapons. That's not what I'm looking for. Because he can only buff up spear units or your 2-handeds. He doesn't have any of the others. That's alright. You also have competencies here with Pharaoh, where instead of like in others where you have skill points to pass on in, you have your same skill points, but they go into 3 different categories. Ardor is going to be increasing or decreasing your upkeep and increasing line of sight for only the faction leader. As you go through the tiers, you'll gain different things. So the first tier gives you more influence in that region. The secondary tier gives you an activated ability that drops enemies' morale by 10. Then the last one prevents rebellions and gives you more morale. Pretty good stuff. Fortitude is going to be increasing your battle loot, giving you more melee defense. I think that's only in the first tier, though. So yeah, before you get to that first tier, it just increases battle loot and replenishment, and that's what's going to be going up every single time you put a points into it. And the different milestones are more melee defense, the shields up ability, as well as less fatigue buildup, and then lastly, you will gain more recruitment slots. For Ardor, you are going to first boost up your movement on land and sea, and then your ability cooldowns for your faction leader. And then at each milestone, you'll first gain more charge bonus. more speed for that army, and charge, which is a fantastic ability. Increases charge speed and charge bonus and gives them breakthrough charges, so they're not going to be affected by charge defense or reflect. And charge bonus is doubled, which is fantastic. It crushes right through lines. Paris can marriage with Helen? No, I don't believe he can. And you can't actually see who, until I believe you get Menelaus added into the tree where he's not just a brother to Agamemnon, or you can somehow adopt him into the family tree or make him the faction leader. You won't be able to see Helen, I don't believe, at all until then, because your other generals that aren't in your ruling family, which Menelaus does not start as over on that side, you can't see. So maybe there's another Helen we could possibly get him married to, possibly cause ruin to Troy that way. I think I already saw the final tier there. So the final tier on your, I think this is Fortitude, or your Ardor, gives you night battles, and I believe that's it. Night battles are still pretty good. It drops enemy morale into that fight. You can see kind of these little lantern things they carry. We get to start with some titles here. I'm not going to go through all of the titles for Priam, but you do start with 3 actives since you have 3 points into each. They unlock as you get those different points into those competencies, which is pretty great. Priam, we get Hit Them Hard, which gives us more damage, lethality, and less defense. Give them blood and bronze until they all die screaming. Rooted in Victory, more battle loot and ancillary chance. And then lastly, Hold Your Ground, which is pretty dang good. More morale and defense, but less speed. We're just going to go ahead and get him Prudent in Victory so we can gain as much resources as possible. And possibly more ancillaries as well. Each general can have 2 followers and 2 items, so we just need to gather up as many of those as we can. It takes 1 turn to change out any of your titles, and as you go up in rank, you will unlock more titles. Priam starts with medium armor, and he, as the Wanax, has different shield choices. So we can either go for the Athena's Aegeus, which gives us more diplomatic relations with Aegean factions, and gives us a higher deal evaluation for all diplomatic agreements except for barters. So this is things like your non-aggression pact and your military access and stuff, instead of asking for gold or wood or stone or whatever it might be. And then the other one is the Hephaestion Shield. Gives you more replenishment for that army, causes fear and encourage for the bodyguards. We're going to slot this one on in to start since we're going to be in battle. We also get a Bludgeon. Gives his bodyguard unit armor breaker, more melee attack, and a little bit more lethality. We actually start out with a good bit of it. 7% is not bad for clubs, which usually have a low lethality but good at breaking armor. Our other general is going to be Hector, who is going to start with some heavy armor, a common large shield, and because he's not the Wanax, you cannot actually give him the Athena's Aegis, which is, while sad, it does make sense. That'd be incredibly powerful to have both of them out at once. Leave Priam in the city, play Hector and Paris like in Troy. That's kind of going to be the plan. We're going to let Priam mainly defend Troy and kind of stay in the province. Probably take maybe a couple extra settlements if we get him on out there. But he's mainly going to stay in Troy itself, because he doesn't stick around for that much longer. He is old for this age of standards.
King of Achaea.
Why he looks so tired.
Master
He doesn't
of
look
the
nearly
Aegean.
as tired out on the main title screen. He's got a bushy beard. He's got all the wrinkles. You can see he's an old man now. He's ready to kind of sit back and let his sons do the work. We don't start with a ton of food production though, so we're recruiting in Paris right off the bat, which we could.
Prince Hector.
Where's he at? Here's Paris. We could recruit him in right off the bat, but it'd be expensive, so we're not going to. We're gonna wait till we have a little bit of food. He's a good old hedonist, so he has a lot of extra fortitude. Oh, we also start with Aeneas, so we can either use Paris or Aeneas. I mean, I like Aeneas so much more than Paris. It's not even funny. So we've got Hector over here. He's got himself. I call him this because there was a play we had a long time ago where
Undaunted.
we had one of my classmates. Someone asked him what Hector's last name. We were just doing the Trojan War, and someone asked him what Hector's last name was, and without even missing a beat, he just said Hector. So we called him Hector for the rest of the
I fight
rest
for
of the
my
year.
city.
Now you know. Hector's army actually starts off with 2 Trojan swordsmen. Pretty good.
Each day
Mostly
brings
defensive. You can see they have a lot more melee defense than melee attack. They won't be dealing that much damage. They're more for holding a line. We've got your Trojan sworn warriors, which are good against missiles. They're good against anyone. They're good at bonking people in the head and readjusting their attitudes. They're not as fast as your... Well, actually, they're pretty quick. Take it back. It's a speedy medium unit. We've got some Trojan slingers, which are a faction unit of slings. They've got some pretty good range. This army is not enough to take on Andrastea.
Defender of my people.
It's only because there is an army that I did this is the faction you guys voted for, the faction I did the least amount of testing with. We fix our map up how it's supposed to be sitting. But what I have done is I came over here just to see if we could win this battle, and there's another army sitting right here in the woods, just hiding right away, and they have 8 soldiers as well. So even if you take this settlement, you are then holding the line against a pretty large force. So it's not super easy. They also might go after Zelea. What we're gonna do with Hector
Hector
is have him come on over to Zelea itself and recruit some troops, and then we're gonna have him come over here and take down the crab people. Over with Priam, he has a smaller army than his enemies here, but this is mostly peasants, so we should have no trouble giving them the old clap. We're going to go ahead and interact with the Shrine of Apollo, giving us more reload speed for all units of this army, which is great for these renowned archers.
This world brings me hope.
12% reload speed is silly. Our general will also have 50% more line of sight, which allows us to spot any kind of sneaky maneuver. And now we'll move on in to defeat this clown. We'll get this battle started first, and then we'll see about doing any kind of deals with our neighbors. We do start with a gold deficit. Pretty hefty one, because we've got a couple of elite units. These Champions of Troy are a tier 6 unit, but they cost a lot. They also have a ton of armor. They've got a 75% shield. Their shield is almost like a gigantic turtle shell. It's pretty awesome. Got 61 defense, 36 attack. And they've got some javelins. They also are going to ignore a portion of the enemy's armor when calculating lethality, because of course they are. Let's get them.
Word.
Alright, so they have themselves a group of Eastern Spearmen. That's about their only unit that they have that can even hold their own against us whatsoever. They've got some Asuan warriors too, which I guess high lethality is scary. They get good rolls, they're going to bonk us straight out of existence. Take a look at the map. Because we do have these Trojan archers that are going to annihilate. I think we got it. You can kind of move up one of these watery flanks here to try to force them into one location. We'll see where the enemy decides to deploy to. They actually flipped this map on us. I've fought it this first battle a couple times just to get some good grips to how Priam plays. This is usually the side you deploy on. Let's see if that changes anything. Good War Pharaoh Dynasties Assyria Aegean City. Oh, you're asking for... Fair enough. We will get to them, don't you worry. Dardania is a lone faction. What do you mean by that? They very well could be, but what do you mean by that? Thunderstorm drops accuracy, range, morale, reload time. Don't like that so much. Let's go ahead and wait. We need our archers to be firing at maximum. Yeah, nice calm day. Always the battle maps of Pharaoh look so great. Hang on now, is it still raining?
Now we'll see who the gods
You all can hear that, right?
favor.
Yeah, it's definitely still raining, or so it thinks. Go ahead and have our spear unit set up over here in the woods.
Honor and duty.
Oh, I think it went away. Just some really delayed rain. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna grab our spear guys. We're gonna get them in formation how I want them first, and then we'll come on in and take a look at our units. How about that? Archers. I'm gonna have a unit of...
Yes.
Well, since we actually have this side, I can have our archers take this position, fire up and over the top, which is pretty great. We'll let our swordsmen be on this flank.
Into the storm.
Priam be in the center, because they do like to focus fire your general with arrows, and your generals don't tend to have any kind of stances that allow them to block arrows. They do allow them to hold, but not any that let them absorb arrows any better, which means they will get annihilated. Let's take a look at our units. Troy is very heavily armored. Very, very good against missiles themselves.
What we're here for.
The green faction is the cousin of Hector and Troy. Oh, I see. Did they have a... Because I am a little bit lacking in my knowledge. Did they have any notable leaders that were in Troy itself, or are they resigned to a minor faction now?
We've trained for this.
There's your normal spears.
Troy forever.
As normal as you can call them.
Trained for
Your
war.
elite spearmen have even more heavy armor and some really cool looking shields. Got the kind of extra bronze inlays and detailed armor. They look awesome.
turn us into pincushions.
No, they do have a lot of archers, but we have really good shields. Here are our kind of medium tier archers. They've got their bronze swords ready to throw hands when they run out of arrows, which they will do pretty quickly with the Prayer to Apollo. They shoot arrows very fast. Got good old King Priam wielding the candelabrum of Bonk.
They want blood.
And actually, the Hephaestus shield is its own unique model. So anytime you switch up the weaponry and armor of your bodyguard units, they will actually change how they look too, which I think has always been an incredible addition. And they are also wielding kind of stone readjustment sticks. Great. Plenty of trepiding ahead of us.
Wild dogs.
Got your normal Trojan swordsmen, which are a little bit less heavily armored, have smaller shields. A little bit faster, though. Better at dealing a little bit more damage than your spear lads. Right. Actually, also, your spearmen can go into phalanx stance. We'll go ahead and show that off.
We shall.
All of your Trojan spears have kind of the same stances as the Aegeans do. They actually will form up into a proper phalanx once you have them in, once the battle begins. So they don't take the same stance before the battle starts. At least I don't believe they do. I think they have a little bit more, present some kind of grisly shields and spears to do with the Aegeans. Very lastly, we'll show off the options. So advanced here is what we're rolling with. I actually think blood is gone for some reason. I'm not sure. Blood is normally on this first graphic screen here, so I'm not sure what I've missed out on, but we're not going to have any blood for this one then. Which will be better for, at least I don't think we do, will be better for the little wizard in the other room. He's tuning in. Yeah, besides that, I've got everything how I want it. Sweet, okay, get it back on in. Alright, let this battle begin. Let's get all of our melee infantry in their own groups. We only have one. We got one archer. He'll be on his own. We do just want them in guard mode so they don't rush up like fools.
To victory!
Hey, Coder, welcome on in. I'm waiting for some lizard men. I bet you are. They're... They shall soon return. We're doing some Troy today. Or Troy. We are playing some Troy today. We're gonna have our units walk because heavy units do not like running.
Swords.
We'll take kind of a frontal position with our archers be up front. They have done quite a bit of changes to how visibility works too, where as long as you're on the high ground, you'll see quite a bit further. You can be hide behind forests now, where before they didn't actually block line of sight, they do now. So you can kind of see much more of the map changing in how our guys are actually viewing things. Lighter units will also have more visibility, because they are basically having less helmets, less armor on, so it's showing that they have more visibility on their over the actual battlefield itself. Pretty cool. So a reason to have light units even when you might normally not want them. I don't think we'll be able to reach them from the hill here, which is a little bit unfortunate. So I'm going to switch tactics. Archers switch sides. No, we can take down the Asuan slings. We just need them focused on my spearmen first. We'll have you hang out here there, Priam. And everyone else kind of advance along the coast there. You guys move in to deal with the slings. Another cool thing you can do with your Trojan, a lot of your Trojan archers, is you can have them fall back, but they'll still keep firing, facing the direction they were.
Send them to Hades.
I don't want you getting into their range first. As soon as they start firing on them, that is their doom.
Immediately.
Try and move up about how far they can reach. Gunfiring, I'm not going to worry about shielding up. They're going to probably lose a few guys to lethality, but we don't want to shield up just yet. We want to wait for them to start firing arrows.
Spears.
Alright, now we phalanx up. They'll form up into a proper shield blocking wall. I think these guys just keep advancing until we are unable to. So we'll have them go now into phalanx advance.
Archers loose. Yes. Gods go with us.
Archers have annihilated those slings, switch their targets right away. No, they're no longer firing here. Bring the shields up, or the spears up,
Gods go with us.
and get them into phalanx hold position.
Troy forever.
Draw whoever's else out in the woods, because our medium guys don't like fighting in the woods very much. We'll charge them in. Now, we're losing a little bit of our shielded warriors there because they were being targeted by everyone's archers there. Archers have won that duel pretty effectively, though. Got them nice and surrounded on this side. Okay, now there's a few of our elites, but they will recover. Old man Priam joining the fight. Yeah, these guys are just holding. Go ahead and engage now. Give them the old poke of doom. We don't want that lethality to actually start weakening its way on through. Alright, glorious. That army should start, or that group of archers should start running. We'll bring our archers around. So you have a little bit of ammunition left. Start firing on Eurydios. Hey, bro, Legacies, still only 2 people co-op? I believe so. I don't think they did too many changes to how the co-op system works. Except for they did a lot of bug fixes. Yeah, we might need to have when we have an intermission. We'll see if I can add blood on in. One of the things that adds a little bit more impact to everything in this game, but I love the combat animations. They have always been glorious. These Horasuan clubmen are being torn down. As soon as they start running, we've got them. Oh, our spears on this side have been completely surrounded.
Fully prepared.
Let the elites move in. Now they're getting torn up now. Archers, see if you can help. I'm not sure how these coastal club fighters made it around, but they definitely did.
Duty calls.
Let Priam deal with these guys and let the spears move to help. Those arrows should help out pretty well.
For Troy.
We got phalanx getting ground here. See if we can fall back just a smidge. No, we're not able. That ground is ineffective. Fall back this way then.
State your orders.
Alright, Priam, get them.
Destroy them.
Swords. Got them.
Alright, our bows are out of arrows. We'll send them on into the melee then. When the unit is in defensive position, can they counterattack, or is it just brick wall mode? They do counterattack, but I think they lose. Let me see if it'll tell me. They lose 5 of their melee attacks, all. So they can still counterattack, they won't land their hits as often. Let's make sure we're not getting peppered by archers here. Hold our own archers back so they're not taking any damage. We'll let Priam and company handle that one.
Train for war. Move out.
Form up here and we get them into phalanx stance. That way they can kind of hold the line. And we'll surround with Priam.
To victory.
Destroy.
Hades has a place.
We'll bring
for
the
you.
champions of Troy in too. Here comes some more arrows. We can't counter them right now, so we just need to kind of move towards them. And go to a phalanx.
Stay down.
Blades are in. Pull those archers back.
Prepare to die.
And there we go, we got them surrounded. Their general is now running. That should steer off the rest of them. Scary fight, but one you can definitely win. And if you're better than me, you'll win it even faster. Most of you likely are. Well done, lads. Speed that along so we can kind of round up as many of these dudes as we can. See who can do some catching. I think most of our guys are a little bit too slow. Get all our shield boys off in guard mode, so they can hopefully run across the field. Catch some enemies. They can also, if you have archers that have kind of a defensive wall position as well, they can also fire at will while in that holding position. Very, very good. So if you remember to, and you know you have your archers charged into you, definitely put them in hold. Just limits their mobility just a smidgen. We definitely need some faster infantry or some chariots quite soon so we can round up some of these close battle captives and ransom them back on in. Alright, we'll go ahead and end the battle there. Glorious first win. I'm sure that one will be quite a bit more difficult on any of the harder difficulties, because these Sue and Clubman become much scarier, much faster on the higher. So I will still keep asking for the good old stat modifier. That way I can play on very hard, get the smartest AI possible. Oh, you kick the spear. Ooh, ouch. I don't know if we can handle too many of those as Old Man Priam.
Celebrate this victory.
We will. We'll go ahead and ransom them. Useless warriors, valuable prisoners.
Release
Every
them.
battle gives you legitimacy as well, which is
I am
pretty dang good. We won't get to see any of that just yet, but boosting up our legitimacy so we don't have any kind of issues with Menelaus anytime soon, or Agamemnon is going to be great.
No laggards now.
We're going to go into March stance with Priam, and we are going to have him try to move across to help out Hector taking down Andrastea, and then he's going to kind of move back to Troy and post up, because Troy is almost unstoppable. As it is, it's got 10 garrison, and it's got a really defensive battle map. So anyone that does try to attack, unless they are overwhelmingly or superior, they will stand no chance.
Aegean's leader.
I want to go up to C there, because we can go to her coat and probably make it on in next turn.
Wise king of Achaea.
I also want to go across the land so I can actually keep track of things better. Alright, here's what we'll do.
Organize watches.
Come into Troy. But apparently that's going to stop us from going anywhere else. Interesting. Fair enough. I guess we'll just hang out in Troy for a turn. Give whatever benefits we can here. We gained an administrative ledger from battle, boosting up workforce cost by 1, and or I guess dropping workforce costs for all administration buildings. Sweet. Let's switch over to Athena's Aegis for any kind of trading we want to do, and also that little bump to relations with other Aegean factions. For his title, we're going to go ahead and drop upkeep to start. Actually, I take it back. We were going to go boost how far he can move. We do need to help out with this gold deficit as fast as we can. But I think we prefer Priam being nice and mean.
Wanax.
I'm going to come on into Troy proper. Rainfields. Rainfields allow you to also build the fruit gardens, which increases happiness, workforce growth, good stuff. We could also, because we only start with 2 idle workforce here. If we want to upgrade any of these minor settlements, it costs us 2 right off the bat. Not a terrible choice. I think I'm going to use most of these settlement areas as just boosts up for food and growth. So let's go ahead and grab the grain fields here. It gives us a little bit more food than our fisheries do. But they're not... Okay, neither one of them are affected by your seasons, which is very good. They changed the seasons, so they're not just Egyptian themed anymore. So you've got spring, summer, and winter. And as winter rolls around, that's when a year is over, and where the normal stuff used to happen during Shimsu Hor will now happen for all the factions.
Aegean's leader.
Okay, over in Zalea, I'm actually going to do the exact same thing. Oh, they already have it. They've already got the grain fields. Means we can get the fruit gardens next turn. I'm just trying to boost up our food production as fast as we can. That way we can go for more units. Yeah, even I think back in Troy, we want the grain fields just for now, because we can actually build up the grain fields, build the fig farms, and then tear out the grain fields later, and keep the other building. Because the secondary one there is the one that requires the grain fields in order to actually build it in the first place, but you can build this and then tear the other one out and keep the good benefits from this one, which is what we're going to do. Alright, now for our outposts. We want to build in all of our religious outposts to boost up our favor with Apollo, and a bunch of economic ones to boost up our food production. So here in Troy, that's a pretty good one for a fort, actually, because it blocks off anyone from getting through this area down here. So it also allows us to use it as a economic highway. Ooh, that's a tough one. Let's do the economic building. Let's do it up top. Fort down here probably later on, or even just right now. Already got the Aegean monument in this province, and they dropped how much legitimacy your monuments give you. Before it was, I think, 6 to 8, and so you were able to really boost up your legitimacy really fast with these. Now it just gives you little smaller bumps. Now we're going to also go for the fort here, that way we can start filling this in with some good units. It'll also block anyone from coming through these mountains. Meanwhile, over in Koti, we'll give the Temple of Apollo here. And we'll go for a Temple of Apollo there as well. That way they're kind of far apart. We can kind of spread those benefits out if we need to. Down here... Oh, that's where my Temple of Apollo is. That's not where I want it. I want it right here. I guess we can chuck in the economic one here, just to keep boosting up that food. Good old Hector's holding the line
Prince
here
Hector.
in Zaleus. We'll give him, I think, a few more slings.
I seek warriors with
Have
heart.
nearly enough range for now. Our royal decrees here with Troy. You start with martial nobility already unlocked, which is going to give us more recruit rank for all of our generals, faction-wide. Pretty good one just to start with. Also gets you a head start into Boundless Ambition, Chariot experience boost, and the melee infantry experience boost. This one is really good for you. I want to get more god dedication slots, though. So I'm thinking we're going to go for preparation against reprisal. So extra experience over to preparation. I also would really like to boost up. Oh wow, construction time -4, management and administration. That's incredible. Melee defense faction wide, resistance for missiles. Okay, let's get all of these first ones. They're all really good. We'll start off with the life of the soldier, though. Actually, I think we'll ignore these two to start. We'll come on over straight away to preparation against reprisal for that extra god slot. Hey, Nathan, welcome on in. A Wolftooth is Assyria a major faction. Hannah Galbot is a major faction. The Kingdom of Assyria itself is a minor faction. You can still play as both. But Hannah Galbot is the Assyrian major faction. They just don't start in control of all of Assyria. They have a smaller kingdom. Alright, so we've got our slingers
Ready to
recruited.
defend.
We've got Priam in position. Now we jump to diplomacy, wherein Pharaoh, you do want to trade quite frequently. And you actually want to do smaller trade agreement. Why are you guys decreasing so much? Oh, they're decreasing by like 20. Why? Sarpedon, it starts very boosted in terms of relations. When are you able to start confederating? Asked Duncan. As soon as you can. It just takes a little bit to start building up your good relations. So, the fastest one is probably going to be Terea here.
We will win through.
Because they really like you to start. But you can actually see
Sarpedon
how much they
of
are
Lycia.
keen on confederating, which no one is right now. Everyone is keen on a non-aggression pact, though, so we'll go ahead and grab one with Lycia.
This may improve both our situations.
Agreed. And then we'll also go ahead and take this opportunity to get a barter agreement where they're willing to give us... He wants gold. How much gold are you willing to give? I need gold quite badly. Alright, he's willing to give us 18 gold, but if we also give him... No, we have nothing really else to barter with. We'll take the 18 gold per turn. Sounds good to me. Speak for 5 turns. Help out a little bit with our deficit.
I will, gladly.
Thank you, Sarpedon. I see, thanks. Assyria was the faction I was most looking forward to when I heard about them. I was going to be Bronze Age Shadow War. It was a bit sad Mesopotamia wasn't in at launch. Oh, I was too. Assyria is quite a bit of fun too. Both Mesopotamian factions are, honestly, all 4, even the reimagined ones from Troy are gloriously fun to play. So I'm going to now start doing a bit of an obnoxious... We're going to ask for 50 gold. Ask to make it work. Oh, he wants gold. 50 stone, that is. And we're going to do this a couple times.
Most
Each time we do so, it's going to boost up our relations with Lycia due to barters being made, and each one we make gives it 3. So if we ask for 50 more once more, and we make it work with a single gold coin, that'll now boost it up by 6. So you can keep doing that with however many you want. I'm just doing 50 here because
I will.
we probably could have gone for a little bit more. You can haggle as much as you want or as lazy as you want to be. I think you can probably get... Oh, hang on now. We have been getting gypped. Oh, we've been getting gypped. 150. We'll go 155. Sadly, you can't
Most
repeat
certainly.
barters, but he really is not interested in stone. He has a lot of resources for us to take from him. So we'll go 150 again. See, now he's being stingy. Go for 1. Drop it down to 50. Oh, and he's being real goofy. Let's see what we can do. What's 3 now? So we'll go and find someone else to trade with. We could honestly build up a little bit more wood, too, so we'll keep... I would like to try to get good deals with Sarpedon quite quickly. I'm not going to confederate with Lycia, because they have special units, but I do want him to be as close friends with us as possible, so let's go for, I'd say 50. Ooh, 21 gold. What if I give you anything else? I do not want to give you my gold. Oop, not 230. He wants a lot of resources in return for food, for wood, so I'm going to go ahead and ignore that one. We're going to leave Sarpedon as is.
Lord of
Ithaca wants a non-aggression.
of Ithaca.
Could we steal Odysseus from Mycenae? I kind of want to.
Wise words may yet overcome the deepest enmity.
Indeed. What if you also give me gold? I would love some monies from you, Odysseus. Odysseus also willing to give us 18. Then maybe we can get something else out of him as well. I like a little bit of bronze. Should we just get some stone? 3 stone works for me.
Said, then.
Okay, this also lessens Mycenae's chances of coming after us. Which we are going to want to take them down, but we're going to do it slow, at our own pace. These are the last units we are going, the last faction we are going to make a non-aggression with for now.
There might be some profit to be had.
We want some military access too? Sold. Warma wants to be adopted into our dynasty. Too bad. Well, too bad. How much gold are you willing to give me there, my friend? Ooh, he doesn't have much. 5 gold, and then 5 stone, too. That'll work.
Consider it done.
You're not getting adopted into our dynasty, though. Get out of here, you.
Wide roof.
No one else really wants to do deals for now. I'd like it to
With
be...
Athena's blessing. I've got what it takes.
Argentasa. Actually very likely of building up a military alliance with us. I kind of wanted to try to be friends with Shupaliliuma, but if we can make buddies with Argentasa, that actually gives us a lot of very elite melee infantry, where we're kind of lacking in.
Rightful king of Hatti.
Alright, sweet. The last thing we want to do is just take a look at who else dislikes us. So it's not Lycia, it's the Chersonesos.
I love a challenge.
You look like you need to give me your land. You're friends with Legria, Pesos, and Aethalia. This looks like to be the list of our next targets.
Companion of Ares.
Chinese also fighting some of our allies. We should probably get down there and help. Macaria is their ally, so we've got a few Aegean lads around here to clobber. Alright, let's talk to Tarkantasa.
We will ensure you get everything you deserve.
Okay, that doesn't sound good. You're not ever going to get military alliance, or military access. What about some gold? I do feel like I deserve some gold. That'll work.
This wasn't a wait.
I think so too. And the Thracians, we also want to try to make friends with. So we've got Thyne, the Paeonians, this faction, the Thrakes, and then Thrace, which is led
Descendant of Ares.
by good old Rhesus.
Very well. State your case.
Rhesus, I want to trade some stone with you. 50 stone to be precise. We actually are generating gold now because of all our deals, so I am happy to be a little bit frivolous with it. Not to get down into near 150, because these deals will wear off over time, but we're just trying to build up some good relations with the Thracians.
Done.
By the Thracians, I mean just Rhesus.
All right, that I can
Yeah,
do.
we're getting a little bit further down than I want, but these are so useful for going for these deals. It's a little bit tedious, but it's the way you should do it every time.
I'll see it.
One more, and then we'll get back to the actual campaign. 6 more. Sounds good.
So it shall.
So it shall be. Alright, that does a little bit towards building up good relations. Has one more outpost it wants us to build here. Actually, grabbing the way stations so we can move further is not a bad call. Building in all of our outposts right off the bat. Gotcha, thanks. I'm excited to confederate the Achaean heroes under Agamemnon. I'm going to try to confederate the Achaean heroes under Paris, or under Hector. That'll be our first turn, though. Who is Karunta? He is the self-styled... He thinks he should be the leader of Hatti. He feels like he was passed over for the rule. So he wants to basically burn Hatti to the ground. And he's kind of a bad guy. A lot of fun to play as, though. He's got almost nothing in terms of missiles. He has a few javelins, but I don't think he... Actually, I don't think he has any javelins at all. He has almost nothing in terms of missiles. His is just melee infantry. He is your Scarbrand. Just without wanting to burn everything. He still wants to build up an empire, but he just doesn't want Chupaluluuma to be in charge of it. Seems like you guys are building up.
I suppose we may as well talk.
Suppose we may as well talk. I think you should stay away from my lands, otherwise you're going to get a new arrow headdress.
Should be interesting, if nothing else.
He's going to go fight someone else, fair enough. Just making sure they weren't coming to cause me any issues.
Wise king of Achaea.
Alright, so we're going to move right on over to this trading post. If you interact with any of your outposts, which the trading post is going to give us... Whoops, I should have checked. A little bit of an upkeep production, which is awesome. Each of your outposts will give you a certain benefit, as well as replenish 50% of the move points you used to even get there in the first place. So now we can actually get him a little bit closer to Andrastia. Kind of want to attack from two different places at once. But let's go ahead and have Priam. You can probably move Priam up into...
Stand expectant.
Yeah, let's bring him here so we can actually do some
Heading out.
recruiting. And I'm going to let Hector be sneaky for a turn.
Forward,
Hector,
man.
come on out. Come on into an
Set
ambush.
an ambush.
A seasoned warrior.
And hopefully we can lure whatever this army was over on here towards us. We can take them down a little bit easier. So while Priam's in this territory, he'll do the recruiting. We just need some more slings, honestly.
Grow.
We've got some very good defensive units off the start. And now, I want to slot in... Got 2 idle workforce. Takes 2 to upgrade each of these, doesn't it? Let's go ahead and upgrade Zelia here. No, it's just kidding. We're going to upgrade Percote. Because when you do, you get 3 workforce growth per each developed province slot. You have 2 here. So your provinces, unlike kind of your other Total Wars where you're going to have a happiness to balance, which is going to, if it gets into the negatives, drop morale, construction, increase construction time, and drop your workforce growth. But if you keep it up good, you get more morale and recruitment, and you get more workforce growth. So very good to balance. Your influence is going to increase your production on all resources by 10%, as long as you have Opion is... I don't know if we want to make friends with them. We'll have to let that play out a little bit. They look like Achaeans.
I've got what it takes.
Karunta is a Hittite. He is indeed. Karunta is a Hittite.
Wise king of Achaea.
Alright, that's about all we'll get to for this turn. We've got some events. Just construction's done, some recruitment done. Sweet. Let's see if Hector's ambush plays off for us. Hopefully here this turn we'll actually start getting to see things like the court. As you get 1 unlock on turn 3, and then the next turn either 6 or 9. I can't quite remember, but that unlocks the rest of your faction mechanics. Alright.
Stout leader.
So our allies just kind of dirtling around, not doing that much. The Andrastrians are not coming out to fight us, which I guess it does make sense. You're
Duty
quite
first.
scary. Take a look and see what's going on over here. If we were to build you up now, how much would that cost? 88 of our gold. While it would give us more movement, it would be very nice. I don't think I want to do that.
Always with honor.
One up using the road.
To our fate.
Use the least of our movement. Show us where the reinforcements can be grown. It's just from the garrison itself. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and upgrade this province building as well to boost up our growth and such.
I could die tomorrow
And
and
here
be
we'll just pop
glad.
in the fruit gardens as soon as we can. Great mustering hall is pretty nice, but I just don't know if I want to do that. Losing 10% of our production is not something I want very early on.
The Great Protector.
Alright, so we'll let
Defender
Hector
of my
lead the
people.
charge,
Courage
and Priam can come in as
might.
reinforcements. That way Hector's getting the main bits of experience here.
Don't hold back.
Alright, 8 guys defending as well.
That is beyond me.
Oh, it's not. You're fine.
Always
You're being dramatic.
honor.
Oh no, they would destroy Hector by himself. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, these guys don't have an emblem. The Riddler's Militia.
Don't
We'll
give
encircle,
up now.
and we'll bring...
Master of the Aegean.
We can let Priam drop off some archers too. I don't think we need to, honestly.
Onward we go.
All things considered.
On the march. Off to glory.
Off to glory.
In
Sure.
airy service.
Go ahead and switch over to the Factions shield. That way we have causes fear, more replenishment, and encourage. We already got some medium armor, which I prefer. Alright, sweet stuff. Alright, Hector, your
Hit
first
them
challenge.
hard. Engage the
Now
foe.
thinks we have 100% chance to succeed. He himself is a bonky club lad with really good armor and a nice shield. He's got some Achaeans, which also have pretty good shields, and the Phalanx ability like we have. So if they wish to block our arrows, they will. We'll use all of our slings on their bowmen then. They have a really low range. Alright, crab people. Time to get boiled. A brotherly appeal. Oh, hang on now. Is he nothing but generals? It's Admetos and his clone army. Let me... Come on now. Let me play. There we go. It's raining. Well, rain sounds great. That's going to be dropping the range of our own troops and their accuracy too. So let's go ahead and wait. It'd be good if we did not have range advantage. It does seem like the audio is a little bit slow to change there. You don't mind a thunderstorm coming in later. It's going to drop their morale and should chase the rest of them off. Unless we're the ones losing. Alright, where's Priam coming from? Right here. Just assault. Kind of 3 different points here. Normal Trojans, Hector, and his Trojan Chosen, which we'll show off. Not quite the same as Chaos Chosen, but it's pretty close.
Without hesitation.
Right, here's the units we have access to, are slings, which we have not seen just yet. Is the Achaean variant, or... I mean, the Asuan? Yeah, these are the native recruitment guys.
Into the storm.
They actually have a little bit less ammunition and a little bit worse melee stats kind of across the board because they're more of a native militia. Even though the guys that come from our faction, most of them have decided that no shirt is better armor than this blue shirt here. It's quite hot. Most of these guys have helmets, even the ones that have decided that shirts are useless. It's plus 3 intimidation, so I understand. Hector's elite guard. Cowhide turtle shields are, I'm sure, incredibly useful. I wonder why they stopped. Probably because they're super heavy. Like in the medieval ages, you don't see the great big, super protective shields. And I'm guessing it's just a mobility thing. This guy's looks like a ding in it already. Someone should give him a different... this can't be comfortable. Give this guy a different helmet. Oh, I love the purple blades. These guys. These are the Chosen. Chosen of Troy. You look like it. With this color scheme, it's more like the Chosen of Babylon, which I'm here for.
Today is a good day to die.
Today's a good day. This is the other unit we haven't seen is the Chargers, which they've got some pretty fun looking maces. I want one of these. Just the Curtain Rod of Doom. Also pretty heavily armored. Alright, so we'll get our infantry, missile boys. We'll have only probably you and these swordsmen in guard mode there. Hector. Let's get it going. Sometimes the enemy will just think they can fight you on the open field. And they'll come outside the settlement to throw hands. We'll leave with the archers, or leave with the slings, that is. Let's do the 3-man. Oh, I didn't want to pull it how I wanted. Alright, that's kind of rude. Priam. Everyone get in position. On this side, we'll have our slings. Come up and start harassing those archers. No one's better at it. And you guys can kind of advance. Make sure we're not getting run up on from this side. Up a little bit closer.
In good order.
Something like that. Alright, slings. Let's go do some damage. There's some Aegean bowmen there who would like to meet your rocks.
At your command.
Gross.
For Troy.
The music in this game also fantastic. I'm so glad they took a different approach than they did with the Warhammer, where it's mostly ambient. It's not supposed to be part of your battle at all. That is wrong. Music is a huge part of your battle. Love the details too on the cities. Slings have already moved in, started to do some damage. Yeah, turn your back to our guys, that's perfect. As Bob here found out. Oh, hang on now, are they coming after us? I know I didn't ask you guys to go after those shield guys in the middle. Like, because of the guard mode. Keep harassing those archers. Don't advance too much. Start firing at these Aegean bowmen then. They wouldn't be like that.
Yes to that.
Yes to that.
All set.
Let those guys walk on up that way. Where did they go?
Slings.
That visibility coming in. Get them. Seem to be having issues. The enemies are doing a really good job of being sneaky.
Head off.
To victory!
Alright, invisible archers.
Wipe them out.
This bend here is actually keeping them completely hidden.
Swords. Forward.
That's clever. Alright, we're gonna let them show themselves then, and then we'll deal with that group.
Skilled and ready!
Pick their own targets there, those archers. Oh, funny, okay. Let's bring our own swordsmen in.
Swords.
Move our slings back to engage as soon as they're sighted. They might have rotated them over to fight after one of these smaller groups here, which they do often.
Our slingers will see them off.
Deeds of valor!
Ooh, that was almost bad. Slings advance, start going after you Remedies here. You Medes is his actual name. Or to slay you, we should slay you with the proper title.
Move out!
Oh yeah. Turn and run, that's a good idea. Oof. Several of his bodyguard falling.
Ranged troops.
You're in guard mode, so what we'll have you do is just advance a bit.
March on.
You can keep shooting this bodyguard, that'd be awesome. Over on the other end, we are getting shot to pieces. Wow, how'd they sneak up on us like that? This needed a spear. Must have been around this corner or something.
Troy forever.
Troy forever.
March on.
Sling should duel very well with those Aegean bowmen. They did indeed send some to the other side. What is going on with my champions? They just decided they're going to go fight. Alright, fair enough. Let's get them.
Armed and ready. Move. Wanax, walk.
They decided it's battle time.
Knocked and ready.
All this waiting isn't for them.
We serve.
You guys go ahead and advance. Check those javelins.
To glory.
Slings. We've got a lot of arrows. Oh, our champions are getting annihilated. Those goofy clowns.
Fire from range. Slinger.
Why aren't you able to hit them? I know you could range those archers. What's going on there?
Cutters.
Oh,
At your command. Got them. I'm on it. Wipe them out.
do this first group quickly. All right, their general's gone. Go ahead and bring our guys on in. Let's go ahead and see if these slings can't rotate over and help out against these archers.
Marksman. Bring death from afar.
You guys go ahead and advance. Take these eastern spears.
Upon them. In good order. Forward.
All right, that's a lot of arrows going on in. If we lose Hector now, I'm gonna be so upset.
Stay alert. As one.
All right, slings, come on.
Bring death from
Y'all weren't letting me down like this in practice.
fire and will.
Those guys are not capable of doing what I asked them to, which is kind of funny.
I'm not staying here
Shot
to get
pieces
killed.
here.
Wanax, walk.
Those Trojan move through.
They will
Hear me get on in there. I know I asked you guys to move. What is going on?
take them.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of arrows going on in. Arrow's gonna be sad
Bring death
for
from
Hector and
afar.
Hector and Priam.
The men are fleeing
You guys not
battle.
forced through?
For
Oh,
Troy.
good grief!
Get going.
All right, fall back.
Bow cutters. Flee.
Get up there, slings. Oh nope, we lost Priam. There goes the leader of the Aegean. Good grief. Nope, absolutely not. I'm fighting this one again. Rematch! There's times to learn. What we learned there was that our slings sometimes refuse to follow orders. And the Trojan champions charge on in, so redo. This will be our one and only redo. I had one with Bay too, and I'm sure we'll just get clapped the same way, but I can't have that this early on. We don't get to show off any of our Wanax units. Alright, so let's go ahead and wait. Do this thing proper. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We will instead have our swordsmen advance down the middle.
Hesitation.
These chargers here will be great at clobbering on through, but slings let us down there something fierce. We really need to use them only for anti-archer, and don't really advance anyone else until we've gotten that done, especially our heroes.
Right away.
You guys, so hang on now, what? Heedless charger. So we do need to keep them in pretty quickly. See if we can't put them in like shield walls so they're not being clowns. Alright. Shenanigans. That's what that was. We'll focus our forces this time. So you guys sprint up. I'm gonna have these guys on this side. Slings come more to the center. I'm not proud of it, but we're absolutely redoing that one. We can't lose Priam that early on. And they see Hector. We shall.
Fools.
Here's
they're
Hector.
not running.
He's got his unique shield, his unique armor. He's pretty awesome. So this time we'll try not to embarrass him. That's a lot of guys stacked up in one spot.
Slings prepare.
Slings, come on over.
Arrows away.
Get in there. We'll go ahead and have these champions of Troy are going to be clowns either way, so try to keep them up front.
In good order.
If I lose them, that's just how it's going to be.
In good order.
Last of the Suan archers. Take Hector, march to Babylon. Alright, James, don't you worry.
Wild dogs will feast on their entrails.
Babylon's quite some ways away though, so it's not going to be very early on here.
Move out.
There we go. How this should have been going.
Swords.
So when you go ahead and advance, we'll have these slings start blasting these Aegean
Death from afar.
bowmen. I think keeping these guys in their stance is keeping them from charging in, but we'll see, won't we?
Forget the odds.
In fact, we can bring them up now, probably. And try to get them into that missile block chance. Stance. Here, blast these. Oh, sneaky, sneaky. There we go. Archers, come on around. We're going to keep you guys seeking and destroying enemy archers yourselves. Swords advance. How are you guys disappearing like that? I wish I knew. I guess it's just because they're coming around the bend here, but we can't see them. Clever. I think they're supposed to be visible again once they start firing, though, so... There they are. Trying to micro their own archers, aren't they? Alright, Troy's chosen. Come on up, let's go into that missile block. I'm not sure why they're charging. Try and chuck those slings, boys.
At your command. Pick your targets.
Yeah, they're moving in on them. Why aren't you guys going for your arcing shot? Maybe you have to tell them to.
In good order. We shall.
That's bizarre. Here, so come some militia. We'll go ahead and take you guys off of fire at will just to save those javelins. That's a group of archers done. It does look like having them go into their stance keeps them from running in like fools. Alright, choice chosen. Move up. This battle is brutal. Well, I agree. The AI is pretty dang clever here, even on normal. Be able to bomb some shots in on these archers pretty well, though. You guys switch into missile block chance, so you can hopefully not take as much damage. Actually, rotate a little bit before you go into it.
Archers, ready. Death from afar.
Let's go phalanx. Advance. Start pushing through. Priam come up on this side. Oh, these slings weren't doing anything the whole time. Glorious. Back into missile block mode. Those weakened archers went. Oh, no, they snuck another unit of archers around. Clever girls. Alright, Hector, you're gonna move up this side because you can pretty much beat everyone in a melee. Yeah, they're very good at being sneaky. Go ahead and charge these eastern spears. It's a trap. Have even more archers back there, do they? Love to see it. Swordsman, let's go ahead and move on in now. Oh yeah, getting shot up from a couple sides here. Slings are dumping the damage onto those Aegean bowmen, though. Alright, spears, get in there. Don't really have a choice but to advance. They're going to start taking some pretty serious damage from the back, but sling should help.
Ready for war!
Alright, slingers, I need you guys to go after these approaching swordsmen.
Fully prepared!
Oh, they moved out to us. Get him, Hector. Several chosen of Troy already have fallen. Pretty withering arrow fire off the bat there. Alright, so let's bring our shooters around. We get some flank shots on our enemy here on this militia too. Here, Paris, come on, or Hector, come on. Gonna get the two brothers mixed up every time. It's a dad thing.
Move!
One over here.
Get going!
And then we'll charge them.
Keep tight!
Enjoy doom, shirtless lads. Now, meanwhile, Go ahead and have the Trojan chosen fall back. They're not putting their back to the enemy and getting stabbed.
They will pay!
Perfect work.
Fire at will! Bring death from afar!
Go after Adamentos there, and we'll have Priam go deliver him a bonk to the noggin as well.
Hades has a place for you.
I think they've been falling back far enough. We're not going to take as much damage.
Slings prepared!
Keep the slings off on the sides. Great. Great, great, great.
The men are fleeing battle!
Oh, I bet they are.
Forward!
Over with our elites.
On the march!
Go ahead and have them do Phalanx give ground. Oh, we can't have them give. There we go.
As you
And then we'll put them on fire wheels. So they'll chuck javelins in while they fall back.
Train for war!
Priam, come back a little bit. I realize you're in danger.
Foe cutters!
Fire from range. Bring death from afar.
Remedies is gone. Let's bring you over to help with the enemy general. In fact, we'll bring everyone over to help out with the enemy general.
Got them!
No one can survive that many slings.
March on!
Oh, they haven't defeated this group
Strike
yet.
hard!
I figured they would. You can play now, asked Jira. I can because I have early access. You all will be able to play tomorrow.
Pull back! Killing at range! Move out!
So he is gone for good.
For Troy!
We lost one of our front line there, so let's go ahead and turn them back in.
For Troy.
Keep all of our rocks flying towards their general like they once did to us. They've got some arrows coming back our way. Oof. Full of our soldiers are now unicorns. We'll have these chargers come back and clobber these militia, and everyone else can start moving through into the province itself. Alright, first group's fleeing. Hit the next. And you guys go the heroic advance for pushing the enemy back. Slings are mostly out of ammo. Well, that means they're now melee units. Alright, Priam. We've lost lots of our Trojan swords.
You're going to Hades.
You're going to Hades. Oh, Priam's got a sweet fate, too.
Skilled and ready.
Watch, that's how we lose him. That should be clobbering. That looks like our Trojan are out of control, or our champions are. Hit different angles here. We're out of arrows. That looks to be that. Please be very careful and do not shoot your king. There we go. Really took a single replay. That'll be our one and only here for this stream. Glorious. But still lots of casualties on the way in there. They had one more unit back here, didn't they? Being able to hide the archers in kind of in the curves of the settlement like this now makes defending settlements a lot easier.
State your orders! Bring the dice!
Alright, no real reason to continue the battle. We'll go ahead and end it there. I guess that was mostly losses to Priam's infantry. Little Yav Doom. Kind of like a spear
Together,
sword combo. It's a smaller sword, but it is what it is. Priam's swordsmen took a lot of damage there. They're mostly for holding the line while your slings do work. And that time they were letting us down there. So we definitely need arrows for most of the damage and slings for anti-archer. They're better out on the open field. 8 more legitimacy though for taking them down. Let's go ahead and we get some good resources for stacking it. We don't want the conquest penalties. We're just gonna go ahead and claim this one.
In the name of our cause, valor is
How
rewarded.
has your experience been regarding lethality and flanking? Does it make more or less impactful? Actually, lethality does make flanking quite a bit more impactful because those enemies have... I don't know if they have a higher chance to be killed with lethality from flanks. I don't believe that's how it works. But just that
Prince
lethality
Hector.
in addition to being flanked is pretty devastating. Now we've got some stone production, which is quite glorious. Can we also do here? Stone quarry, and eventually the stone carvers district, which is going to drop our construction time for all buildings in this province. That's pretty dang solid. Really would like the infantry quarters too, giving us... That does only give us our Trojan swordsmen, which we thought they are not the best. Their low armor does let them down. We snag in... Could grab the Foreign Relations Office, giving us even more gold. Then we start losing influence. Let's snag our arrow range. We'll go ahead and grab the target yard, get our actual units on in.
I know my duty.
Here, we'll have you
Prepare to
sprint on back
march.
towards
Organize watches.
Troy proper. That's our first enemy defeated, now we have a couple of options. Hector's got himself an Assyrian mercenary. What does that do for him?
Prince Hector.
More experience for all units and more influence for this province. That's pretty dang good. We'd also give him the administrative ledger if we wanted. I think not. Let's go for first the improved presence. We can at least give him a title, which will give him hit them hard, which not the best for a spear unit. But it will allow them to be a little bit more lethal, which is pretty scary. And then we'll do also... Actually, we may just go all the way in on his upkeep till we hit the first tier, and then we'll start working on his movement. Hector's titles. We've got Master Bronze Worker. 25% less bronze upkeep sounds amazing. Resources from ransoming plus 100%. Movement restored after battle. Oh, Hector's amazing. Spire, extra movement. Less construction time for economic outposts, construction costs for resource buildings, and gold upkeep for his armies. 20% more ammo for chariots, mounted expert for his bodyguards. Oh wow, 20% more speed, huh? On Master. 15% more range and reload speed? Good grief. Influence, you got replenishment. As long as... Oh, it's actually increasing replenishment for allied armies in the area, but drops how far you can move. So really good for building up just a nice blob. Not so good if you want to move far, though. Then you finally, at the very end, get Catch Your Breath. Go for all heavy infantry. Well, okay then. Hector is insanely good. Alright, well, in that case, we'll give Hector some more... slings are letting us down. Let's go ahead and get a couple of frontline fighters. So we've got these swordsmen. Let's go ahead and get another unit of spears. Might even
I
just
shall
grab
bind you into an army.
2 Trojan mob.
You are my chosen.
I don't see the Sons of Troy. Is that only in Troy proper? Ooh, ruined my map. In this province. So that should count for all the way over here in Andrestria. Andrestia. Okay, well, sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and build up a little bit more of our growth then. We'd need more wood. Who would be willing to trade with me for some wood?
I look forward to finding the best deal.
Apparently not you. We'll come on in, ask who is not interested in the logs. Apparently everyone is now wood deficient, which makes sense for all of our enemies.
King Agamemnon, I won't let you down. Wide.
Everyone's hurting for wood now.
I love a
those
Aye.
first couple
I
turn
am
buildings, they
In Ares' net,
drained,
chaos reign.
killed treasury.
Enemy. I fight.
Oh,
Supreme
we
warrior
found
of
some
the
guys who
Aegean.
actually have some. Oh, of course the Thracians do. What am I talking about?
King Rhesus. I won't let you down.
Any of you not like Rhesus?
I overcome all.
Just to make
We
sure.
will win through.
These guys kind of like us, the Siconis.
Let's talk things over while we can.
Okay, give me 50 of your wood, and you ask what you want. 52 bronze? I don't want to give you my bronze. What about this much bronze and like 3 or 4 or 5 gold coins? Or barely 7. That'll work.
I think that's...
Is that how much we needed? I should probably check. Oh. That's all we needed. Okay, so I just wanted to get the workforce growth building here at the stone district. We'll switch that out later on. Alright, now we finally got our local deities tab. So we can see Apollo here and what it's going to give, or what he is going to give to us. We also have hecatombs only with your Aegean gods, which allows you to spend some of your food, but it grants the prayer to Apollo for all of your generals for 6 turns, which is pretty solid, especially for certain god attributes. For tier 3 on our shrines, it's just going to increase our missile damage on recruitment by 10%, more happiness. Prayers are going to give us more reload speed and more line of sight, and devoted generals have more ammunition and ranged lethality for their whole army. So for the time being, we're going to go ahead and have...
Wanax!
I think we'll just have Priam be our dedicated to Apollo for now. But what do you all think? I would give it to Paris, which does make the most sense. We just don't have him out yet. We could change that right away. Hello, Paris. How would you like to join your brother? Let's see who we want to fight next, too. Probably not a bad idea to deal with these clowns. Problem is, Siconis are the ones that are controlling most of this land. We can get kind of all the little islands that are dotting around here. Give us some bronze, give us some stone. The Restos is actually doing battle with some of our guys, so we can come on over here and get even more food. Actually, I think it's going to be the call. So these guys will be our next targets.
Say what you have to say.
Them and the Kaimi. They only have the one settlement. Let's see if we can get to them before they're gone.
Aegean's leader!
Alright, Priam will give you that last point into movement. Doesn't seem to help us this
I know
turn.
my duty.
We'll have another army. I guess we'll recruit up Paris over here in Troy. That way he can get over here a little bit faster. So bring Paris on in now. There's always Aeneas, isn't there? What do you all think? Paris or Aeneas? Paris is of our lineage, though, so we'll go ahead and... Normally you can go ahead and send Aeneas, says James. Ooh, interesting. That's a vote for Aeneas. Wasn't expecting it. What does anyone else think? Otherwise, a single vote for Aeneas will do it. Alright, Aeneas it is. Let's see if you have yourselves your old unique model.
Aeneas of Dardania.
It is. So Dardania looks like it is no longer a faction. You just start with Aeneas in your faction. That is a secondary vote for Aeneas, and thankfully we did recruit him on in. Ah, the Raptor Bow is not able to be equipped with a shield. So what if we turn Aeneas over into what Paris currently is? Get rid of that, maybe we can have a small shield with it. Cannot indeed. So turn him into the ranged lad, which is not normally his way. Just for now. Hold your ground. Well, that's interesting. Careless in strikes and then prudent in victory. let's go ahead and just get maximum movement. We get 2 more points here, which will give us the extra charge bonus for all of the units in our army. I don't know if I want to keep the raptor bow on him, though. 16% range lethality, that was goofy. Let's keep this on out here. Alright, sweet. Aeneas, we're going to give you your title.
As the gods will it.
Master Shield Bearer for now. You guys
Noble
hang out in
Aeneas.
Troy. Noble Aeneas. I guess no one's going to be devoted to Apollo for now. Ammunition range lethality for all missile units. Probably best in with Aeneas here, but I don't necessarily want to devote him to Apollo because he's not part of our family tree. I think we can... Yeah, so he's not part of the original, or this family tree here since he's a cousin. Oh, hang on now. Our dynasty's changed a bit. We've got Warfare aspect and Piety aspect. So we have Sanctified Walusa, 2 shrines in a province. Cool. And we've also established Dominion over Walusa, so that gives us Epithet, the ruler of Walusa, and the shepherd of Walusa. Cool. What does that actually do for us? Besides just showing us what we're doing. Priam, do you have anything you can benefit from this? Oh yeah, you can select an epithet for him. Oh, did that just change what he is? That's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Yes, I know we can dedicate someone. We will not yet. You can just leave me alone. We do have a commandment now for Walusa, though. Let's go ahead and go for our unique commandment. We have Host Delegates. It gives us more happiness, more diplomatic relations with all factions, more recruit rank for all of our... we should have waited. Our recruit rank for all of our generals, and then extreme recruitment cost increase. We just lose a bit of our influence. I think I'm actually going to grab Let Laborers Rest for maximum workforce growth. Switch over to this other one later on. Alright, sweet. Aeneas. Okay, so I'll stop calling him Aeneas then.
Enemies beware.
Aeneas he is called. Thank you, Costas. Appreciate it. Does Achilles have the rage mechanic system from Total War Troy and the duel system? The duel system I do not believe he has, and I don't know if he has his rage system. I haven't actually played on Achilles just yet. I had so much time over with the Babylonians and the Assyrians so far because I've been writing up my overviews. Alright, let's go ahead and end the turn there then. We got recruitment. Check out quick look at our diplomacy.
With Athena's blessing.
Lord of
Sense of alliance with Lycia I like.
This may improve both our situations.
I think so too. How about now you give me your bronze? As you are so abundant in bronze, how much are you willing to give me a turn? Good grief. About 65. Haggling accomplished.
At once.
They're at war with Lawa. Which means we are probably about to be at war with Lawa. A military alliance. There we go. I'll get a single barter of as much wood as you're willing to part with. 25, maybe 30. Alright, 29. Haggling complete.
A pleasing out.
I think so too. Looks like you're not doing so well though, my friend. We might need to get down there pretty quickly. Carve this side up, get everyone either on our side or otherwise. Alright then.
Aegean's leader.
Yeah, we'll probably end up having you just kind of sit up.
Always with honor.
Pathologians and the Maeonians. This is just food and stone, so I'll let them have this for now. We can maybe claim that later on. We're going to go ahead and get all the coastal cities here. And turn. Lycia or Luca? So James, are you saying that Lycia is pronounced Luca, or it's Luca is Lycians?
I am
Ooh, Dephobos, son of Priam, has come of age and is ready to be recruited. Glorious. Welcome, Dephobos. He is an adventurer. Extra chances of having a child and more marriage eligibility. Well, welcome, Dephobos. Can we do anything where we... I know
do
he is
it
our
right.
cousin. Can we adopt him into the tree in some kind of way? Where he just added in and we can benefit from the children he has? Guess not.
Battle awaits.
We can attack him from the sea. Looks like they're building up another force. They might have just lost all their guys, which I think would be hilarious.
Defender of my people.
All right, Hector. Yep, we'll bring you over.
March on.
Yeah, march through, so we'll go ahead and hit.
I
Prayer to
ask
Apollo.
for your support.
We'll build up guys with Aeneas here.
Born survivor.
He can't move very far. So I would love for him to come on down here and hit the prayer to Apollo as well. So in fact, we'll
Dardania's
bring you on
roar.
down to start that
Loyal to the last.
upkeep. We could even probably blitz these guys, just take the settlement. They don't like us all that much. They've got a couple of Thracian hunters, which are fairly meh. Forest skirmishers, which are not meh at all. Very scary javelins. Thracian mountaineers. Thracian, oh, I love these blades. Armor piercing, bonus velar. Oh, that's their javelin. Interesting. So it's a swordsman with a javelin. Yeah, it's gonna be scary.
For
Forced to
glory.
break there. But we have so many guys. I think we can probably take them out.
Beware.
Foes beware. Go ahead, hit this shrine to Apollo. Make sure
Your
our
favor does us credit.
rare is there. I'm keeping everyone in March also so they get more
A
movement.
seasoned
There's usually
warrior.
a trait. Let's see if we have it here. Executing. Being a turned into enemy territory. Oh, this is high happiness and... Okay, so maybe we don't. Sword and Capesh, March Dance, so we can make him ambitious. Which if you give him more experience per turn. Otherwise you get more replenishment for staying in camp stance.
Wanax.
He is the most ambitious old Wanax there ever was.
Experience counts.
Agreed. Now you hang out in Troy.
Unwavering loyalty.
Hector, you
Never
come on up
best.
to this trade post. We can probably just keep you kind of right here. Works for me. Aeneas, you'll do the recruiting. And we just want some more slings, I think.
Your cause is mine.
We could instantly build this up. That's going to be expensive. We are not going to do that at all. We're instead going to go ahead and build up fruit gardens. We require more wood. We'll do that in a moment.
With honor. I
More
agree.
slings. We shall drown them in rocks. Then let's go ahead and pop into diplomacy. See if anyone. Oh, good. The Thene. They don't like us
There
very
might be
much. We
some
have
profit to
plenty
be
of
had.
logs for us to steal. I need a good bit. Let's say, what do you want for 500? He does not. Alright, what about 200? Not a bad deal at all.
That's fair, I suppose.
It's not super fair, but we'll take it. We need upgrades. Oh, you have to upgrade it to level 2 first. Alright, next turn it is. So what if we come on in here, put the fruit gardens here too. 115 food. I'm gonna go ahead and tear out the grain fields here, or sorry, the fishing village, because oh, you can't. Man, the fishing grounds are there to stay. Kind of a waste, too. In the meantime, I guess we'll just go for all in on growth and food production here in Troy. Alright, Andrastia, that is. You definitely need some new outposts. Let's go ahead and put a... Oh, we don't have the stone for it. Well, what if we ask our neighbors?
Given the situation, I'm glad we're talking now.
Me too. Give me 200 of your stone. A lot of bronze. We'll take it, though. How about 200 more? Oh, we only have... All you have is 56. Alright, well, that's all the stone you have.
Understood.
He is now out. Tropion, are you fighting any of our friends? I mean, I don't really know that
I
guy. He's
can't
corrupt.
see this ending well.
He doesn't like us very much, but give us 200 of your... 178 of your stone. Alright, fair.
Good.
Trade some of my bronze for some stone. Now we can fit Andrastia up with some lovely outposts. So let's do Shrine to Apollo here and Economic here. And we'll wait on the defensive one because we have no enemy just yet. Assign skill points for Priam.
By your word.
Let's give you increased reduced upkeep.
Battle hardened.
Alright, that will likely be our turn. Instruction available. We're ignoring that. I mean, I'm thinking we are just going to go ahead and take down Sestos. It'll allow us to get a lot more food. And probably endear us to a few of the allies we had nearby, because these guys are... We used to be at war with them. We also used to have treaties with them. Alright, our ambition we can now choose. Our first mission, so we have an appetite for gold. Build up a gold-producing building for a mining effort. A path to conquest. Capture and occupy any settlement, so for some food and a nice little reduction to enemy siege holdout time, and that's some gold prestige. At least 1,000 gold. Well, that's not happening anytime soon. Go ahead and grab this gold mining effort, I think. Well, actually, I say that. What these little... the rarity of the ambition? I know they always had kind of archetypes that they were assigned to, but I wonder if these are rarities. 20% gold does sound amazing. We'll go ahead and grab the gold mining effort. We need to locate ourselves a gold settlement. Take it. Oh, hello. Volissos? No one owns this. Well, don't mind if we do.
Founder of Dynasties.
Aeneas, have you done some praying? You have not, so go ahead and do so.
We do this to honor you, divine ones.
Thank goodness. And now you can also help out with the assault on Eressos here next turn. So we'll have you also do some more recruitment. I mean, Trojan slingers are what they are. Some Asuan warriors, though, for some kind of chargers. Good for hunting down enemy javelins, just hitting flanks. We need some infantry
shall be.
Smashers, too.
Destined for greatness.
Okay, so now we're going to have...
I prepare my next step.
You guys move on in and surround these guys.
Loyal to the last.
Ressos, we don't want them to be able to build up anymore. Actually, as I say that, I wanted to take down Setos too first, didn't I? Problem is, that's a small settlement, so don't care that much about it. Alright, Hector.
Hector of the Shimmering Helm.
The Shivering Helm.
Aegean's leader. For duty.
Unless they have another... Oh, they've got another army over here.
Duty first.
Launching the war, and then is going to be a
King
little bit interesting. Happiness is turning into what next turn? Going up 14. If we leave the Priam out, what does it change to? We only lose 2.
In airy service.
This guy's outside
Never faltering.
trying to build up units, so we can make an initial landing and attack. And force them all into a one confrontation, where I believe Hector and Priam should be able to rule.
Victory is assured.
Oh, we forgot to switch the shield back over. This army of 7 is a little bit concerning, because they have... Actually, do they have no more settlements?
Don't make me regret listening to you.
They are military allies with the Kime, so if we attack, they're going to come after us. Intriguing. Okay, well, let's
Great deeds.
start threatening our neighbors. There's like 6, 7. and then 8 guys here. So
I know my duty.
we can just land and attack this guy. We're in good shape.
Battle clad and ready.
I just don't know if both of them can. Hector's going to be in March, looks like. Alright, so maybe one more turn of building up.
Stout leader. Protect this settlement.
Hector will bring over to Troy.
Always.
Priam, I'm
with
going to
honor.
have kind of peruse the
Catch
coast.
the waves.
Currently using a fleet of transport ships. They are indeed.
No hesitation.
Let's make sure Aeneas is a little bit closer to... I think he can make it just fine here next turn.
I will do my duty. Forward march.
Need to see some Ajax gameplay ASAP. Good old Ajax.
Dig in.
We are about to go into the negatives there with our income. I think that's just fine. We'll just grab some Assulan warriors and put across the coast here.
Ever steadfast.
Alright, for buildings, we definitely could use... Oh, these would be renowned archers, wouldn't they? That would be glorious. Come back to them after we dealt with the one faction, or do we want to keep just building up for now? We need some more wood here for the fruit gardens. Let's snag the upgrade to our stone province so we can come back over and keep going with our military kind of slowly.
In Troy's defense.
One more idle workforce. We'll keep saving it from here. Let's go into...
Apollo's favorite.
I like having
Wanax!
I am being nice and aggressive on the coast here. Alright, cool. Ignore the rest of our pending actions, and then we'll pass that turn. Priam meets all tribesmen and recruits them. We've got the little reactions button just in the way the Alamu tribesmen and recruits them. That would be great, quite great. That would give us our camel riders. And some really good desert warriors too. At least unless I'm getting them mixed up.
My experience grows.
Alright, so now we've finally unlocked our unique faction ability, which is Troy's Commands. We can call for aid. We have no real foreign presence at the moment, which is kind of strange. I thought we had... Oh no, we have now bumped our own influence up above theirs, which is unfortunate. To see if we can't drop our own with some of those other buildings. So, if we don't use our foreign presence, we will gain 50 gold for each foreign presence in our land. Factions at war with you are going to receive a -2 penalty to morale and a -4 charge bonus for
I could
each
die tomorrow
presence.
and be glad.
Really, so we need to reduce our own quite quickly then, don't we? I'm going to go ahead and pop in the fruit gardens here too. And then remove this one. It feels like a
Courage
pushed us forward,
and
one backward.
might.
I've got 11
We
guys
will
in here.
win through.
I don't think so. I think you're about to get stomped.
Son of Aphrodite.
Can we land with Hector? Almost doesn't look like it. Trespassing is not allowed. I'm gonna have to land over here and come through. Alright, so I'm gonna have Priam start our
A
initial
seasoned
attack.
warrior. Your cause is
I
mine.
need the rest of our guys to be able to join.
I cannot do it.
Experience counts.
Divinely watched.
Alright, so Aeneas, you'll come on in.
A promise of glory on the air.
How weird this is.
Out to sea.
I fight for my city.
Destiny calls.
Prince Hector.
Hector to come on in too. Just letting us know we can swap one over. Let's go ahead and grab guess the increase to influence is what's starting us there. Let's get more movement range. So hopefully you can actually make it. Just with that small little
I pay my dues.
increase. We can in March,
A
I
difficult
believe.
road. At
Oh,
attention.
no, we can't. How funny.
Born survivor. Prepare to
Yes.
land.
On shore.
Foes, beware.
Kind of out of luck, aren't we?
I can't.
We can go into March.
Righteous and true.
No
So let's bring
hesitation.
Aeneas over. We could use him to hit this. Oh, not now, I guess. He is in range to reinforce. We might have just
Onward to glory.
got him just killed
Defender
here.
of my people.
We'll bring Hector up the same way,
Course set.
and we'll let Priam start the fight.
Great deeds await.
Oh, not Priam. Hector, you come on up
Loyal to the
on
last.
shore.
We're landing.
Hang out with Aeneas.
To our fate.
Now we send in.
I know my duty.
Now we send in Priam.
The Great Protector.
And the first time we've seen this here with my streams, I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I don't tend to have any issues with our connectivity whatsoever. We got pretty strong internet, so not sure what's going on. Either way, if you all are back, we can keep going here with the Aegean Court, which is over here, the Wanax, which gives us elite units and special recruitment. We've got intrigues against this position are going to cost additional gold or regard. Plots against our King Priam here are going to have a lower chance of success, and we have 20 legitimacy. Can't claim this one, but we can give it to our allies, which is interesting. Oh, cool. So Hector, I get the brothers mixed up every time, already starts as the Anatolian Hecatus, which gives us more elite units, flanking maneuver for his own army, and then lower unit costs, and 7 legitimacy, which is very good. So if we could get Aeneas perhaps into the Labagetas position. It sounds like that is the head of the armies. I wouldn't know, so if you know what this position actually means, go ahead and let me know. That'll give us an additional recruitment slot. Armies are going to spread influence and then increase movement speed and melee attack for all bodyguards. May not be a bad idea to give this to one of our allies. Evoke outrage from favored candidates. It might be worth it if it prevents influential rivals from becoming a threat to the throne. Yeah, I think we're fine. Let's just build up relations with Knossos. That way we can embezzle and steal some gold from whoever we want. We can just throw them out of court. Alright, Agamemnon. You know what has to happen. It would just claim the position back, so it'd be a waste. Let's go ahead and just... So can we make requests of them? No, it's just the same as normal. Go ahead and start up some gossip then. We can
Making
embezzle
others
with
feel
the
well disposed
people
is
of
a
Knossos.
strength of yours, Volution.
I agree.
You are most
Now we've got some elite
worthy.
units that we really can't afford, but will allow us to absolutely clobber the enemy. So all of our Wanax units are going to be the Paragon Swordsman here. Throw Agamemnon out of court. I would, but the problem is he's going to immediately claim it back, so it'd just be kind of a waste of gold. But it is funny. You get more. These guys are very heavily armored. They've got lots of lethality of those javelins. Normal lethality on their blades, though. These guys are for flanking. But they can also shield wall. And they ignore part of the enemy's armor when doing their lethality checks. Oop, nope, I don't want these skirmishers. I just wanted to look. So these are the Gorilla Stalkers, which I believe were an elite unit from Odysseus' faction. They're very light armor. They're scouts, so I believe they can see further. They've got serrated edges on those javelins, which are going to lower morale on top of doing insane damage. Got the underdog, of course, boosting their stats as long as they are fighting 2 or more enemies. They also ignore armor. They are going to be able to snipe with those javelins, and they have armor breaker javelins. Oh wow, that's insane. Alright, well, next we've got the Wanax's retinue. Heavy flanking axemen. I don't know how you can be good versus missiles when you're slower than most of them, but they got 37 speed. It's faster than most heavy infantry, but still it's quite slow. Really good armor, though. 19% lethality on those axes. They, of course, also are going to ignore some of their armor. They've got stronger armor themselves. They break through on those charges. They got increased flanking attacks. Really strong. Champions of Troy, which we actually already have a unit of in our army here with Priam, so we've seen these guys. There's the Asuan Vanguard, which are heavy club infantry. Load up with stats. They're steadfast. They don't have as many morale penalties for being flanked. They have extra defense when being flanked. Very good unit. And lastly, we have the Trojan Princes. 200 range. Insane lethality that we can increase further by dedicating whatever this general is to Apollo. Alright, pretty amazing stuff. We can't really afford their upkeep, so we'll just kind of keep an eye on these guys for now. But as soon as we claim one of these gold settlements, or at least we get a little bit more bronze under our control, we'll go ahead and grab them on in. We will check our expired barters. So through your treasury tab, which is pretty dang nice here, we can see our expired barters in which we need to go ahead and kick back up. So Lycia, that's what happened to our gold.
I am sure our discourse will bear
It doesn't
fruit.
want to just give us gold anymore. What if we offer you something in return, like some bronze and some wood? We don't have much, so I really can't offer you really much of anything at all. What about stone too? I don't know if we can make this one work. 20 stone and maybe 20 wood. Oh, actually, we can. So let's say 16. You give me. That'll work. Yeah, you think so too, don't you? We could adopt Sarpedon into the family.
This may improve both
force,
our situations.
Force inheritance. Oh, we could send Paris on over to Lycia. Although then we lose Paris forever. Unless we confederate Lycia on up, which we probably won't.
With Athena's blessing.
Carians are trading with the Lycians. Go ahead and
This could work out well for us both.
some deals with you. Work out well for me. How much gold you got? 6. Some food, too. 1 is fine.
That worked out.
I think so, too. Who else wants an non-aggression pact?
King born for war. I've got what it takes.
Deal maker. I think we'll leave the rest of these guys to their own devices. I will take a non-aggression
Come
with
on, then.
Achilles, though.
Let's negotiate.
Because the plan was always to get Achilles on side. Alright, let's also get a barter agreement. How much gold do you got there, Achilles? It's mine now. I also give you some stone. Say, I'm willing to part with 25 stone for how much gold you're willing to give me. 7 is not bad. What if we instead drop this to 24? Haggle with Achilles a little bit.
Acceptable enough.
We'll just steal him on away from Mycenae. It's perfect.
Mightiest
The
of
Thracians
kings.
wouldn't like us making deals with Aeolia, but they don't seem to care very much.
Wise Priam. Would that our demeanors were a better match.
Silly. He is not interested in food. We'll stop our bartering around just for now. And now we destroy.
Wise king of Achaea.
With our gold a little bit better, I'm more
You
tempted
shall
to
grow our strength.
snag us some Trojan princes and bring down some death. I think is what we'll do. Puts us in a pretty good deficit for food.
Volusia needs young
A
sons.
little bit, be a little bit
Victory
aggressive
is
with this.
assured.
I don't mind
Engage
disbanding
the
a couple
foe.
of these other guys to make room for our princes. Now for quite a big battle. Alright, we are invading Macaria. They are bringing with them a couple of renowned Trojan slingers. That's a little bit scary. And then everything else is a warrior or a sling. Alright then. You think this will work out for you? Got Apollo's Prayer too, so extra Extra reload speed for all of our Suin slings. Takes them almost 5 seconds to reload. Not bad at all. These shock spears, the only good thing they have here. Alright, let's take to the field. While this is loading, I am going to take the opportunity to jump up and go for a restroom break and grab another coffee. Be right back. And as usual, I forgot that the music plays over the top, so now that probably was a little bit funky sounding. We don't want lowered visibility. Let's go ahead and wait a bit there. Sweltering is going to be increasing fatigue buildup. That's we've got our armies kind of reinforcing from interesting places, and the enemy reinforcing behind us here. That's going to make our initial battle a little bit funky. But that means we want to kind of pull fairly aggressively away. See if there's any place that gives us a good advantage. We're going to just take the hill here, because we can force the enemy to stay between these two rocks here, but they would keep the high ground, they'd keep their units in the trees. It'd be hard for us to get them out of there. We don't have any special arrows, even with our Trojan princes. They just deal a lot of damage per shot. Let me see the guards of the phalanx. Are you talking about the guards of Troy and phalanx? You don't get to see them how they look in phalanx position. because they just will kind of group up. But when the battle starts, they will lock shields and have their spears kind of pointed out in a bit more of an aggressive formation.
Let's get in there then.
We're gonna go ahead and take the hill here. Try to hold. I guess we can try to hold them against the side of the map, which is probably the best choice possible. So we'll go ahead and grab. We need to hunt down this first general, and Pantheon, and we can use not our archers to do it. Basically, we want to use our spears and our swords, surround him, and destroy him with that kind of maneuver. Meanwhile, our spearmen will kind of wait for our allies. We'll roll together. Take this flank over here.
Making it happen.
Let's keep everyone together. We can try to take that position as one big group, otherwise we'll get overwhelmed and wiped out. Alright, so infantry. Archer guard. We don't really want in facing that general there. We really want to kill him with our blades, but we can use our arrows on the enemy archers and slings. Do you have a reason for wanting to slaughter Eresos? What have they done to you? We'll put our spears in guard mode. Get this thing started. Get moving straight across there. We want all of these guys, which, oh, good grief. Yeah, I love how it doesn't actually show you where the enemies are going to reinforce from. You guys come on over quickly.
Yes. Knocked and ready.
The rough estimate is incredibly rough.
Ready for action.
Alright, Paris, or Hector, you come on up on this side here. Your units move pretty quickly. Archers, let's go ahead and start dealing with some of these slings.
Targets. Dead from afar. Spear.
Go ahead and get into phalanx stance.
Without hesitation. Foe cutters.
We're gonna get torn up otherwise. Alright, so you guys need to deal with this general. The rest of our lads are moving really slow on across. Some extra slings. Get over here quickly. I'm actually gonna send the swordsman forward, but not all the way, so we're gonna kind of come up this way. Under sling fire, which is gonna suck pretty aggressively. Oh, our own slings are like spinning up. That's not very helpful. Position. You guys should be handling him pretty aggressively. Everyone else getting over here. Thank you, thank you. Hurry up. We've got a lot of our slings acting kind of weird.
State your orders.
Everyone else being tired is pretty unfortunate since we got a little bit played with this initial deployment here.
Marksman, darken the sky. Archers loose.
Yeah, getting surrounded is the exact opposite of what we want. Come on, slings, get in there. I know I asked you to get over here. You decided that you were going to be useless to the squad. I appreciate it. Yeah, several of our units have decided to give up orders, so this is going to be a little bit of a scary invasion here. You guys need to pull back, but the slings help you. Not where we needed to lose those guys, though. Spears move in. These renowned archers getting taken out here is the worst. Alright, general's gone. Get you guys over here quickly. I like that they give up on their orders. That makes me frown. They gotta hold their position. We'll have them retreat. Or I guess we won't have them retreat. There we go.
Very well. For duty.
They're charging all the way through, aren't they? They're enough. Alright, that group is running. Go ahead and catch them in melee, please. Yeah, our Trojan, because our renowned archers, that is just the worst. Alright, we got played pretty aggressively with the initial deployment.
You die today.
It's not over though. Get in there, Hector. If you say your name right, you might be willing to fight for us. They're completely surrounding our phalanxes, but we had to leave them there. Let's focus down their generals. Our tired lads are just fighting terribly, which it does make sense. Being sleepy in this seems to matter a little bit more than in others. Go ahead and charge these archers down. Priam come up along the side. This guy's coming on back, is he? Have our slings try to focus the generals.
Advance! Troy forever!
Troy forever. Fall back there, my friends. Our Trojan elite have gone crazy. Troy's chosen, that is. See lots of wavering, but a lot of it's on our side too.
You're going to Hades! Leave none alive! Onward now!
Alright, Priam, let's get here and hunt down this clown. You keep shooting their generals. Their archers in the back line are a huge issue, but we have to kind of leave some of our guys there dealing with them. Slings coming up, do your thing. Actually, check at these guys. We can't have Hector get taken out. Bring Priam as much as possible. Hector's holding against a lot of enemies. Where are our infantry? Looks like we've lost most of them.
Loose slingshot! Bring the deaths! Leave none alive!
Alright, Priam. Fall back just a bit here.
Slaughter them! Pick your targets!
Hector has so many enemies right now.
Break you! Slingshots!
Those slings are gone. You guys get in here and stab them in the back.
Bring their deaths!
Priam getting targeted as much as he is really not good. Hector is getting destroyed, but none of our swordsmen are really coming back, so... Alright, their front line's gone. Priam get in there and break them. Hector, you've got to fall back, my friend. Taking way too much damage as is. Ooh, a scary fight, but we got him.
Ever willing!
Aeneas, come over here and deal with this approaching general.
Finish this! Move out now!
Oh, good. Some of these guys are coming on back. That's exactly what we needed, actually. Start raiding death. Just keep chasing them right off the side. Ooh, that got spooky.
The men's spirit is broken. Head off. They will pay.
As soon as I saw the ball spawn in right here, that was... Oh, no. Well, that's Priam's force done. Alright, Priam, you fall back. Let's get a lot of our swordsmen back. That way our archers don't get any friendly fire. Hector, where are you at? Already not doing anything. Hell, well done, lads. See if this weakens us too much, though, that we can't finish the invasion. We shall soon see. Aeneas had just annihilated that general. Pantheon got wiped out. Alright. I may have any drop frames in a little bit, but that was a bit of a weirdness there. We had lots of losses on our connection for some reason.
Off to glory.
Let's take down as many of these guys as you can before they leave. Get them. Come on over here and go after these.
Defeat is looming.
Likely they'll escape, so come on over here after these other archers instead. We need some chariots. Can Aeneas fire? No, it's these guys. Can he fire while moving? That's amazing. Speed that along so you're not stuck here forever. There we go. Pretty successful initial invasion, even with some weird unfortunateness right off the bat. I would not have deployed that same way had we known they were coming in from that side too. I have to keep that a little bit in mind. That bubble is a very loose estimation. That general that was left outside got crunched, but man, we almost lost our champions of Troy in the fighting. Scary stuff. We could use the war heroes valuable prisoners for a lot of food and bronze, but I think we absolutely need their punishment. They belong to us now.
Enslave the prisoners.
Exactly. Evil Priam activate.
Well rewarded.
United we stand. So which faction were you asking me to go take down? The Eresos? Oh, obviously to attack Eresos. I see. We just did.
I know my duty.
And now we can move on in and force them to surrender. Start throwing up the, I'd say, wall sapping's going to take forever. So for some siege ladders, or some siege towers that is. So let's go for 1 ram and a couple of... Oh wow, your labor available is not much. We'll just do ladders then, so we get 2 of them.
We must be patient.
Prince Hector.
Everyone right next to Priam.
Aeneas of Dardania.
Did only Priam get experience there? That's unfortunate. Alright, well we'll give you then, Priam, another point into upkeep production for your extremely expensive lads there. Well that would have helped. Alright, we're just switching this over to the Thespian shield so we remember. Because man, that would have had their guys running for the hills way sooner. Alright, we're about to have a pretty nasty deficit of food, but we have workforce next turn to grab some more fruit gardens, and so we shall. Our gold looking really rough too. Let's see if there's any...
We will win through. We can both behave like reasonable people.
I think so too. You give me 50 gold for, I'd say I can maybe provide to you 75 stone, and probably offer you more stone than that. Let's go 100 stone, and wow, you're stingy for your gold, aren't you? What about just 40? Oh, that didn't change it that much, did it? We'll take 35, and then we'll go ahead and give you a little bit of our wood. 20 wood. You are... Alright, well, we need this gold, so... Enjoy.
I can do that.
Glad to hear it. Lycia, do you have any gold for us? No, we need to find someone who actually has plenty of gold. Ah, Dionysius.
Born for war.
They do not like our allies. Or us.
Say what you have to say.
So if I was off ask for 50 of your gold, what would you want for it? I mean,
that's clear.
That works for me. And then probably after we've dealt with Eresos, we'll go ahead and get rid of... I actually think we'll take out the...
Destiny calls.
Those nobles or the princes or whatever they are.
Stout leader.
Where are you?
Divinely
Priam.
watched.
Let's get close together. These Trojan princes. Don't think we... I guess we get rid of the champions of Troy. I don't know. We're gonna get rid of one of our tier 6 units because we just can't. We can't afford them. They're too expensive. It was foolish grabbing them. Oh, we have another unit of 7 over here.
I'll have to refuse.
I'll have to refuse. All right. Well, let's see how things roll out. We've got a bunch of expired barters that I don't think many of them will be able to reinitiate.
I suppose we may as well talk.
A lot of them were just people giving us things, which I guess if we relied on, I was always going to run out sooner or later. All right, such is the way. Let's go ahead and dedicate Priam to Apollo for now, since he is the oldest and most likely to perish.
Raise your voice
He'll be
in worship.
dedicated to Priam, or Priam will be dedicated to Apollo, which will give his units more ammunition and more range lethality, which I think is very good for his princes.
Engage the foe.
Looks like Odysseus already died. Did he? Essos. We'll misclick 100 times here.
You can count on me.
We did. Agrius, ruler of Ithaca. Rest in peace, Odysseus. Such is the way. Oh, they came to fight. Ooh, I am so tempted. Hang on now. You got to do some recruiting while surrounded. Alright, fair enough. Oh, no, they didn't. This is just his other army. Okay, cool. Somehow they had 2 forces coming on in. You know what? I'm going to give this one to the auto-resolve, because auto-resolve thinks we're going to win. Oh, we're going to lose some club guys. Oh no. Our club guys. Ooh, me. He got a couple of dents in his back now. Yeah, rest in peace, club guys. Victorious we are. Does that feel a little bit cheesy? Yes, absolutely. I care not. We occupy Essos.
Valor is rewarded.
Also, welcome, Duncan. Welcome to the stream. Realize I hadn't seen you pop up in chat before. Alright, well that's Essos' claim, so our allies have the rest of that, which gives us a good bit of time to kind of pull back and recuperate. So I am going... Oh, the champions of Troy. Sorry, guys. We can't afford them. It's too much gold. Hang on. How close are we to this gold settlement down here? Take it back. We will hold on to them for as long as we can. No champions are treated like that. Hector. We need to give you more movement. Upkeep production sounds good too, though. We're gonna give you upkeep production. Priam. I think for you, we'll go for... movement is always so good. Thanks for joining the Dynasties update and the stream. I'm very glad to hear it. So are there any of these better ones we can go for? Extra resources from ransoming, extra movement after battles, bronze upkeep for all of our armies. Oh, so with 10 units or fewer. Interesting. Which I guess we kind of do have right now, don't we? He's at 10 exactly. I guess we'll just keep dropping his upkeep. Oh, awesome. We actually got something else from the battle, too. We got some scales and weights, so 20% more battle loot. That is pretty awesome. I mean, since he can move the furthest, we might have to have him come on down and confederate Volissos here.
Hector of the Shimmering Helm.
Or can he not? So we claimed it on their end turn, which is kind of fun. So we get to get all their stuff without any of the penalties.
Battle-clad and ready.
Alright, Priam. You know what to do. We need to colonize this gold settlement.
Over the deep.
Over the deep. We're going to leave Aeneas
with honor
here in Essos.
Set regular patrols.
I'm going to have Hector go back home to Troy.
Ship departing. We're landing.
Make sure at least the smaller settlements here in Troy are protected, because yes, our Troy itself is like unlikely to fall, but Zelia and Percote and Adrastia are not the same. So let's go ahead and we need to boost our resources. First, let's see if we can even colonize here in Volissos.
Always with honor.
Always. We need some soldiers to be used, and food, and workforce.
Let us occupy it.
Let us occupy it. Gives us growth. Fair enough. Build everything on up. We've got a few turns to fix our gold deficits. Alright, here to Essos, we had a line of lumbershacks. Fishing grounds that we, of course, can't destroy. Proving grounds for more recruitment slots. Let's go ahead and get rid of this one and this one. Giving us back a good deal of wood and stone. I don't mind keeping the fort, but I don't like it here. It's actually much better stopping anyone from getting onto shore, so we'll switch that over eventually. This is a way station, which I also don't really like. I'll go ahead and take that one out too. Just replace everything here. Beautiful stuff. We are looking to get Aphrodite for our next Aegean deity. Actually, it's another where we actually have the thing. We can show off all of them, can't we? All of the... Oh, that's wrong. Where are you guys hiding? The Aegean gods. So since Priam is the leader and his dynasty is the head, or he is the leader and the head of the court, I think you actually get to choose which patron deity is the one for your pantheon. I'm not sure for your, I guess, your dynasty. I'm not sure if that's actually the case because I haven't gotten to replace a dynasty just yet in my own testing, but I think that's the case because there's no way that Apollo is the patron deity for all the Aegean. Seems like it would absolutely be Zeus, but I'm betting it's because of Priam. So we've got Apollo, Aphrodite, Poseidon, Zeus, and Ares, like I was saying previously on. A couple of them had to get cut because they can't have their entire pantheon, and not everyone else as well, because some of these, I think, like the Mesopotamians and Canaanite gods, there are quite a few more than just this. So Apollo is going to be mostly based on missile damage, happiness, reload speed, line of sight, ammunition for the devoted general, and range lethality. Aphrodite is going to be about food recruitment reduction for all units in the region that her shrines are in, as well as more workforce growth. Prayers are going to increase captives taken and happiness for wherever that general is. And then devoted generals are going to receive more morale for light, medium infantry, medium chariots, and light chariots as well, as more replenishment for the whole army. Pretty dang good. She is actually also going to be your only... is your only god that is devoted to giving you more growth. She goes growth and happiness, but only if you do a prayer. Poseidon is going to be giving you more influence on shrines, more food, and more wood for wherever those shrines are, for your ports only. It's not for any of the other buildings that do produce those resources. Prayers are going to increase your movement at sea by 50%, as well as give you an immunity to deep sea attrition. And then the devoted general is going to have more speed for melee infantry and chariots, and more battle loot as well. Poseidon's all about throwing hands and doing it quickly. Got Zeus, who also is about throwing hands, but he is going to be your happiness increasing shrine. Also is going to be dropping construction costs for management buildings and administration. Prayers are going to build up morale and drop fatigue buildup, which is very good, giving them all the Zeus Gatorade. And then we've got the devoted general, who will have more aura size and missile damage for javelins, as well as missile chariots, which is just silly. Ares is also a throwing hands based god, which I guess most of the Aegeans are. His shrines are going to drop recruitment costs for all units in the province that they're in, as well as give you more influence. Prayers are going to give that general more charge bonus and melee lethality by 1.5%. Your devoted general will also have 2 extra recruitment slots and 20% less morale for all enemy armies in that region, which is just the best. I guess we also start with access to, excuse me, diplomacy, you're in my way. You start with access to one of the Hittite gods, Arena. And she is going to be the god... Show us what she is the god of. Goddess of the sun. And her shrines will drop recruitment costs for all units. They'll give you more happiness, more food production. Prayers will give you more raiding income, resources from sacking, and looting and occupying. Her devoted generals will get more charge bonus, upkeep production for that army, more armor, and more morale for the bodyguards. Also, the upkeep production is only for the bodyguards as well. So we can kind of combine up our pantheon and go for a combination. That's why I'm going.
Should you insult your peers, know that you insult
the god slots
dignity
first.
of my court.
Can't quite claim this position because we need to be able to upgrade our crown, which we can't until turn 10, or turn 9, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and keep gossiping here with the Grand Telestus.
Making others feel well disposed is a strength of yours, Walucian.
Exactly. Walucian. Hey, Nikos, welcome on in. Odysseus died turn 6. Oh, I didn't even see that. I love this game. Anything can happen now. That's for sure. Now that the Master Ambusher's gone, I guess, I don't know if that's his son, but someone's taken up the reins. March into Babylon through Hittite lands. That is indeed the plan. First, we're going to try to gather up a lot of resources that we can through the normal areas that would be under our control, and then we could have to hold the line against Mycenae. We could also try to hold the line through diplomacy. I think we need build up resources most of all. So let's go for more stone by putting in the palace here in Andrastea. Our outposts look very good. Outposts in Aressos. Oh, we can get some in Velissos as well, so let's go ahead and grab. We're likely very soon to be at war with you guys. Economic building for trade. Follow, and then probably a fort, but I think we want a way station. We have the stone again.
Aegean's leader!
Gain 50 gold for each foreign presence, which we have 0 of, so we can't use our ability at all. It'd be just a waste. How sad. We gotta drop some of our own influence, especially in the home front. So since we are getting a bunch of barters that were us giving, or people giving us stuff for nothing, we're gonna have to find more ways to make that gold back. Alright, skill points for Aeneas.
Noble Aeneas.
Followers for Aeneas. Nope. Nothing for our boy here. So let's go ahead. He's got good movement. Let's go ahead and start working on his upkeep reduction as well. Which apparently, this first tier gives you armor for all shielded infantry? That surely isn't right. It's not on the secondary tier, so that's probably just a line of text that's in the wrong spot. Alright, well, we'll save up. Don't build up any more troopers.
Prince Hector.
Except for maybe down here with Priam.
Great deeds.
Which we don't really want Priam down here in the front lines, do we? Let's give him... Truthfully, he's got 2 archers, 2 slings. We'll go 1 more sling, 2 Asuan warriors to kind of keep some pressure up. And then I am going to start doing another flip-flop where Aeneas is going to come up to Troy. And Hector will come down to Aressos. So a bit of a flip here.
Sailing out.
It won't
Come on,
work.
Aeneas. Onward.
Prepare to land.
I want Hector out getting as much experience as possible, and Aeneas can be the main defender until we get Priam back up here. He just had the most movement, and that's why he went to Velissos first.
Master of the Aegean.
Alright, this looks great. For you then, I'm going to have you come on out. Use your march stance to grab a couple of these buffs, like upkeep reduction. Kind of ping-pong along these it's 2 trading posts. Not as useful. Ooh, and now he's kind of in a bad spot. We'll bring you through towards Azalia just in case anyone decides to be sneaky. Alright, fun stuff. We'll come on in and we'll end the turn. Get closer to that turn 9. Hey, Prima, I tell ya. The holy city of Troja. Exactly. I do wish the Palladium was in Troy as a unique landmark building. I'm sorry. You want what now? You want war. Who even are you? Aethalia. He's very unfriendly. He's trading with Chernissos and Skyrios. Okay, fair. Raiders from sea. Lycia joins. Probably should not have brought them in. I guess you don't want your things. I'm not concerned. Oh, lovely. Idle compensation. Someone wants to take my court action for some gold. Actually, this turn, this early on, when I'm hurting for gold, I don't mind that. Give me some monies. Now, where are your armies, you who want to declare war on me?
Eager for action.
Looks like everyone up here is going to start throwing hands.
Don't try and take advantage.
Oh, you just watch. I'm going to take 500 of your, or 100 of your food a couple times in a row here, and you're going to become my friend so quickly.
Understood.
It's going to be great. Actually, let's go for... Oh, that's not what I want. I wanted food. We'll go for 50 so we can get a whole bunch of deals.
I agree.
I know you do. You big dummy. You're going to be my best buddy.
If I must.
At least I just don't want you to come attack me while your friends are on their way.
I hope I don't...
You probably won't. We'll do that just a couple times there. So now they are...
It will be
no
epic.
longer... Oh, they're still trending towards -30. Oh, okay. Natural aversion and great power. We should have stamped them out sooner.
I will
Aeneas,
do
that's
my
gonna be
duty.
your job. Yeah, bad idea. Let's come on to this trade outpost, then we'll move on into Troy.
Open the
Here's your
gates.
armies. 16 and 7. I'm still not very scared. Let's go ahead and grab some Trojan slings.
agree.
3 of those sound great. And I'm going to go ahead and kick out the... Well, the Asuan warriors can stay for now.
Wise king of Achaea.
Remain focused.
Okay, so with Hector, they don't stand a chance if they come in to try to attack Troy directly. We could also build up some further defenses to make sure we really don't lose the area, which I think is a really good idea. So let's go ahead and pop in these walls. Keep an eye on how much building resources we have left, because we really do want the gold mine. 65 gold clears up our income issues in one go.
Defender of my people.
Okay, so I'm going to stay here with Hector.
Steady the
I
oars.
do want to see if we can spot who's in Myrna. There's no one really here, so if we wait for them to overextend on this side, come after Troy,
Son of Aphrodite.
we might be able to sneak in and get their bronze settlement while their backs are turned.
I fight for my city.
Hector, you stay here. Our food income, or
I
our food
rely on
upkeep is
your
about to get
strength.
really nasty. Unfortunately. Oh, what's going on with our recruitment? Brian, what are you doing?
Your cause is
Stop it.
mine. Battle hardened.
Are they down to one settlement as well?
All right, let's get it over with.
Perfect. Now's an excellent time to sweep on in and get rid of the Kime too.
This could work out
So
well
Terraria
for us
plan.
both.
I will join your I say that. Let's make sure no one's nearby.
Unwavering loyalty.
That's pretty well defended. Got 13 units. Alright, gross. Here's what we'll do.
Wanax! By the numbers.
By the numbers. We'll bring you to about 50% here, and we
Off
should be
to
able to come
glory.
across and get this settlement here.
Set camp.
Really don't like those negatives, but I think grabbing another sling
You shall grow our strength.
or two is really not going to be that big a deal. We'll leave Hector with the army he has. We endure. How long till our gold? Let's see, if we instantly complete this, then our gold's fine. Let's do this next turn, because it should actually be worth the investment. We could also go ahead and upgrade Volissos proper. And that'll increase how much gold we're making from the province. Let's go for food. We can do both. How exciting. Happiness, replenishment, growth. Let's not spend too much on anything that's not Troy. We've only got the one growth here. Okay. We will spend on something that's not Troy. As long as it's making us food. Reduction to all resources by 5%. Let's just go replenishment and growth. Yes, indeed. Oh, more pending actions. We've got barters that have expired with Lycia. That was whether they were giving us just bronze for nothing. Yeah, that's a little bit concerning. Let's do a little bit of haggling.
I am eager to talk
They're not
with my
hurting for
natural
bronze. I
ally.
need to see about how much bronze you're willing to give me. So let's go ahead and snag, let's say 60 bronze. And you get 20 wood and let's say 50 stone. 49 stone. Hang on now. 44 stone. Sounds good to me.
A pleasing.
I think so too. Alright. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we can go ahead and send one of our other sons. It's not Paris.
Speak as to a friend.
Dephobos here. We can send him on over to join Sarpedon. Let's do it. He's an adventurer. Yeah, Sarpedon. Enjoy forced inheritance. This doesn't sound very nice, but will give us military access. I don't care about that. How about you give me a bunch of bronze? Let's say... Oh, man. Not 250. I just wanted 50. So 50 bronze and like 20 gold. Alright, sounds good to me. Enjoy Dephobos. He shall join your faction as your heir.
I am happy to accept.
Beautiful. So now we should have amazingly good relations with Lycia. And make sure they survive now.
Aeneas of Dardania.
Okay, now he's got 3 armies over here. An interesting strategy.
I'm afraid I cannot.
Not These are going to be nothing but slings, it looks like. Alright, our last 3 pitting actions, we've got raids in Volissos. I mean, if we can do it, I think we might as well. It'll increase the gold production once it's time. Extra, we didn't even build the outpost up here. We can't now. Oh, I'm sorry, we actually can. Let's do... increase our food and wood coming out of our vessels.
I pay my dues.
Alright, Glorious. That'll be our turn.
Now you'll pay.
Oh, okay. What's your deal? I guess the Trojan War is on. I'm gonna go ahead and keep Lycia out of it for now. Angry Agamemnon. Oh, some plays being made here. I don't like the idea of Sestos not belonging to a friendly faction. That's way too close to Troy and our kind of other undefended settlements.
The gods smile on me.
A bunch more units. We're not really hurting that much food.
Founder of Dynasties.
Now, where did their armies go? That's not concerning. Where did they go?
We are not starting from a good place.
No, we're definitely not, but where'd your armies run off to? Maybe we need to try to be sneaky tricksy to lure them in.
Priam's kin.
Priam's kin. Speaking of old man Priam.
I know my duty.
Who has 13 lads defending? I think we can take him now. I know my duty.
By your word.
Okay, so let's go talk to...
Given the situation, I'm glad we're talking now.
We can adopt them into our dynasty. Oh. I mean, I don't really see a reason not to. He's got a glorious mustache, and he has a cheetah as his chosen garb. Let's just first, though, we'll join him in his war with the Kaimi. We need to wipe them out soon, so we can turn around and deal with Mycenae, who's going to be coming across the sea, I guess, as aggressively as possible. Yes, so I'll propose this. And then I need from you as much food as you're willing to offer, so let's see. Not 200. Not really, you're being a bit stingy with your food, huh? I am the king. Don't you make me flex that. I hadn't flexed it yet. Bartering successful.
Understood.
Understood. Actually, I think we should probably adopt him into our dynasty, since we're going to be trying to confederate them anyway.
For us both.
So welcome to the family. I don't see really any downside to this. So you give me whatever food you've got left. So 5, looks like 520. Ooh, 535, 540. That'll work.
Well worth it.
Adopt. Welcome, Tar Huzidi, ruler of the Pasta clan. Alright, now we've unlocked our Power of the Crown, so we can actually see what's going on here in the crown. Why don't we have the last one? Ares' Aspis. Ah, we need to take down Mycenae. Fair enough. Thankfully, it is nowhere near time for an actual proper civil war. It's just Mycenae being a clown. No one is close to being a potential pretender. We've got Priam at 83 and Hector as his son and heir. Great, so as we actually build up our legitimacy past 150, 230, 320, and 400, we'll gain extra powerful abilities that we can use as the Wanax. For now, we can't really use any of them. We're a little bit unlegitimate. Well, you can change the patron deity. This cult is backed by the supreme ruler. Worshipping the patron deity will bring you more legitimacy than worshipping other gods in this pantheon. And then we will have our ancient legacy, where you have the legacy of Atreus, the first Wanax, where you wield the strength of the first Wanax and dominate your weak-willed rivals. This is more for Mycenae. And then we've got Perseus the hero, which is promoting your ideals and uniting all the lands together. Actually, with Troy and Mycenae, you can really use either of these. It's up to you. We are going to do Perseus the hero here for trying to promote our ideals and uniting all of the lands as one. So we'll be establishing vassals, defensive military alliances to gain unity. We'll unlock units from the rosters of our allies through global, so these are some of the only guys that actually have access to global, if you're using Perseus, that is. And then we'll be able to recruit those allied units from any location on the map. We'll gain unity to unlock unity tiers. Nice. Build up a beautiful city. We'll have higher unity tiers. We'll improve the recruitment of allied units. Organize games to gain more unity. Give ancillaries to as rewards to winners. And invited participant factions gift you with resources and declare peace with you. So you can stop any kind of wars kind of on at will. So if I want to stop this war with Mycenae, I really can. This choice is permanent. Perseus the hero we shall follow. Okay, so the ancient legacy of Perseus is one of united military might. Forge alliances with other factions via diplomacy, gain access to global recruitment of units belonging to your allies, host games at the cost of ancillaries to force peace between warring factions, and gain resources. So currently we have 2 extra global recruitment slots, and we can host games for peace in diplomacy. Only with Danans and Trojans, or Danans and Trojans. Our only allies currently is Lycia, they're giving us 9 unity. Looks like as we build up to the different tiers, which is 25, 50, 75, 100, and then to the sky, we'll get more benefits. It'll also build up this town. So you get 2 more global recruitment slots, 1 extra global recruitment rank, and then you'll be able to host games with the Thraco-Phrygians, which is the Thrace and the Phrygians. The Aegean Alliance allows us to host games for peace with the Hittites, so you can't make peace with the Mycenaeans probably till way later on here. We'll come on back down. We get 1 extra global recruitment slot and 1 extra rank. For the Aegean League, you get 25% special recruitment cost reduction faction-wide. That's going to include probably your Wanax units. You get 6 global recruitment slots and 3 recruitment rank. We'll be able to add the Mesopotamians in for our games for peace. And then once you get the Aegean Union, drop that recruitment cost for special recruitment by 50%. Give you 4 extra relations with all factions, 7 global recruitment slots, 4 rank, and then you can host those games with anyone you want. Pretty awesome. So could we force peace with the marble statue faction we're fighting? For our allied units currently, we can only gain these guys from Lycia. But Lycia does have a couple of units that are specific to them, such as the Lycian winged chariots. I believe there's 1 other unit that's unique to them, so we want to stay friends with them. That way we can grab those unique guys. How does this work? You just recruit them for one of your active armies. I don't know if they cost more or less. It looks like they're costing more in upkeep than normal. Sweet. Well, we will see about hosting. What is hosting? How much does it cost to host a game? We can. Is this bugged? Trojans and is the Danans? Is that counting? Is that Mycenae? I don't necessarily know who these people would be, but if we can use this to just force peace with us, I'm absolutely going to. So we would gain 1,500 food, and well, we have a lot of ancillaries. I didn't even realize. We'll go ahead and give you a common small shield if you win. How lovely. And that'll last. Extra happiness is the right of Perseus, and it'll force Mycenae to calm the hell down. Alright, so we'll go ahead and host these games. Can we add more factions? How cool. What if we invite Lycia? Oh, we'll instead gain 3,000. Okay. I don't mind giving you a sash. Suan archers we can grab through here too. They're not the best, but it's better than a sling for sure. They cost less here than... No, they're far more expensive. I guess that does make sense for global.
Duty first.
Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and wipe out this faction.
In Ares'
Get back to dealing with our current rivals.
a seasoned warrior
Yoink.
across the
Destroy.
sea. Hold nothing back.
Oh, that's shenanigans.
Leave none alive.
Oh, that's shenanigans.
Fall upon them.
Priam's in trouble. Well,
By your hand we
that being what it
forge
is, we
our
can't really do
future.
anything about it. Hopefully Priam doesn't get taken out here. His heir shall succeed him quite quickly. Be pretty much just like what happened over there with Odysseus. What are we lacking? Wood.
Hector of the Shimmering
I
Hell.
would like to try to threaten the guys that are here back at home. So maybe we bring Hector on out, because we wouldn't be able to get through Marina before they retreat. So we'll bring Hector out to Troy. We have no really enemies on the coast anymore. These guys are all our allies. We've taken the major settlements and
Stout
left them with
leader.
the weaker ones.
Ship coming in.
I think I will go ahead and instantly construct this gold building. Nah, that'd be wasting our gold, wouldn't it? Growth there. I need the food. So, for that, let's check to make sure. 144, we have 89, so let's just get... Need 50 or 60 of it. Sia needs... Who is not lacking? Oh, just kidding, everyone is.
With the board.
Maybe find someone that's not
I
super
won't let you
lacking.
down.
Since we have such good friendship with
Speak
Lycia, let's
as
ask
to a
them.
friend.
We just need 60. Oh, they have way more than 60. For 1 bronze. You tried to trick me. 1 bronze for 73 wood. That'll work way better. Huh. Can we do that again? Let's go 75 wood. What do you want? Nope. No, we can't do that again. Fair enough. Yeah, let's just get that extra food. Do we already have one? Yeah, that would make sense. That's why we look. Happiness is deteriorating pretty rapidly. We could go for the Artisan's Workshop to change that. Or we could just upgrade Homefront, which I think is way better. Upgrade Zalea here. Alright, come on up into court where we have our one action.
Fate rests on your
Go ahead and
willingness
keep
to work
performing some
together.
intrigue. We just need to at least grab. We need 60 to be able to even start that one, so we'll just gossip with
Even small
Nessus.
secrets are worth keeping.
Exactly.
Thank you for trusting me with yours.
I'm not sure what secret we gave you, but apparently it was a good one. The mining hammer. Bronze upkeep for all units and siege holdout time. That sounds beautiful for Priam, actually. Administrative ledger I will give to you, though. Let's go back over to Priam. And give you the mining hammer. You got some pretty elite guys here. Sweet business. That will be our turn. After we give Hector his skills.
Loyal to the last.
Loyal to the last. Let's give you some extra movement.
Righteous and true.
Good business. Attack my CD, and then we'll come on in, kill my CD, and take. Also, we're gonna go ahead and flip the script there, are we? Don't you worry. I just don't want to attack my CD yet. We need to be able to deal with our current threats. That was kind of cool that we can just immediately declare. Oh, hang on now. Oh, there you guys go. Bunch of club warriors. Can we fall back? I would very much like to. You guys got very lucky that...
Withdraw!
Lucky indeed. I should have been able to land ashore and then immediately attack the settlement because we could have easily held the line there the next time when that guy came on and back to defend. Now he's going to set up and be harder to get them out of there.
I improve.
Alright, our ambition was fulfilled. Appetite for gold. Now we'll have a little bit less happiness faction-wide, but we'll be gaining 20% more gold from all of our mines and buildings. Some more idle compensation. No, we need to be able to get our embezzle sorted here. So what's the plan?
Duty.
They're really going to go up and over and attack our weaker settlement with a ton of guys.
That will never work.
That will never
Born
work.
for war.
Dardania's lord.
All right, Aeneas, you come and join the defense here at Pharaoh.
Ready to defend.
You went around, did you? He's going to set up inside.
Experience.
Is there any way we
counts.
can just go for a sneaky maneuver
Set
with
an ambush. Stand expectant. Onward we go.
a sneaky maneuver with Priam?
Get into cover.
Go ahead and continue to drop Priam's upkeep for now. He dies in enemy territory. That'd be so unfortunate. They might be moving to invade from the seas, which would also... I don't mind if they win that, as we can keep Priam nice and sneaky for now. I think the fruit gardens here would be a good call. It's quite funny. They're sending all of their armies around. They probably made lots of enemies doing so, too. They actually made some barters, so maybe they made a deal so they could move through their lands and come fight us.
Son of Aphrodite.
I don't know, I think they're going to continue to try to avoid our elites. Don't have the stone quite for a guard tower. You get a little bit more food back. Then eventually we have the Citadel of Troy, which gives us legitimacy and victory points. It lets you recruit up more of those Troy's Chosen. Okay, so we've got fruit farms in 2 of the places. Andrastia, we could almost afford the Stonecarvers District, so let's go ahead and just do that.
Not really an option.
Not really an option.
Always with honor.
Alright, Hector. We just have to defeat this group and then we can come on back round. Come up and worship at
Look
the
kindly
Shrine of
on this
Apollo as
humble
well.
mortal.
We'll just come on up so we can reinforce.
Heading out.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. And I'm going to have Hector actually do the recruitment.
Defender of my people.
Already got a couple of Trojan mob. 2 of them's probably more than fine. I see. These Asuan slingers are also a lot cheaper. They don't do nearly the same damage, though.
I seek fighting men.
Grab me a couple more Trojan slings
Serve
and
with
one
honor.
more mob. Together we shall hold the line. One diplomacy, and then see about snatching up some stone from perhaps
Steadfast.
Lycia, because the
I am
better
sure
the faction
our
likes you, the more
discourse will
the better
bear
the deal they tend to give you. So I need about 200 of stone. What do you want? To just 1 bronze. Surely that's not real, is it? All right, if you wish.
Most certainly.
Most certainly. What about another 200? That I can do at least twice. Sweet. Then we can come on in and make sure settlements are upgrading as we need. Just more stone might be the way. 10% more stone, less construction costs, less construction time. That is such a good boon to have. Alright, then we'll hold the line. 8 more actions, so let's come on into our court.
Should you insult your peers, know that you insult the dignity of my court.
We'll gossip here with the Telestus. Now we have enough to go
place
for...
where Walusha can find opportunity to shine.
Exactly. One more turn we can go for embezzle, but we have to have some good relations with whoever we're embezzling from, which I think we're going to try to embezzle from good old Agamemnon. Don't like to see them increasing, but they're still at least 20 away from becoming a pretender, which is good. We can host another set of games at 11 turns, so nothing really to do here. We've got 19 unity. See if we can't secure any more allegiances.
I fight for Hatti.
Arha is fighting some of our allies. They don't really like Lycia either, so let's ignore them.
You can count on me.
Well, I'm sure we can.
Rightful king
Here,
of
Karunta's
Hatti.
probably not long for this world either. He looks about as aged as Priam. Arha wants to be vassalized. I think that'd be a bad idea. No confederations. We're very close to confederating with Lycia, but we're probably never going to. We can adopt these guys into our dynasty. They don't like that we're a great power, but we can start building up.
I can see
relations with them.
opportunities here.
We can almost vassalize them. Maybe give us some bronze and some stone. What if you give me all of that in stone? Well, you have this 263? Alright, then whatever food you've got to, I'll take it. By food, I mean... Still, oh, you have no wood. Never mind. Alright, in that case, give me your gold. That's 65, 60. Haggling with Waruma. Alright, 58 it is.
No hesitation.
Welcome to the family.
I am eager to talk.
Alright, cool. Let's see about the dynasty now, because we can see the whole tree now, right? We can see even those that have been adopted to other nations. We've seen that he is the scion and leader for Lycia. This is the Bounteous. Oh, cool, we actually get to see the buffs. So the Ethos is a statesman-like dynasty. We get Bounteous. So we get instant construction cost reduction faction-wide, and then less construction cost for all of our buildings. As we become beloved and peerless, that goes even further. And with Almond Mess, that would be amazing. He makes so much gold. We've got the Observe the Devotions of Hector. Observe the Devotions of Priam. Sanctified Walusa. Conducted extensive trade with Lycia. 10 turns in trade. Made 2 allies with vassals. We've got 4 of those guys up right now. Or no, that gives us 4 statesmanship. And then Dominion over Walusa. Cool. Looks like you can only have 1 ethos active at a time. Maybe you can have more. We'll find out. I think it looks like either 5 or 6 is the first category. Or when you unlock the first category. It just says 1 out of 1 there, but I don't necessarily understand that. Happy to be bounteous, though. Upgrades in Aressos we could go for. What are you guys up to?
Epic deeds.
In case it's not
to fight
obvious,
the-
I'm not happy to be here.
The last Iodes. And the Knossos. You're kind of belligerent, aren't you? Extremely belligerent, actually.
Always with honor.
Alright, Sneaky Priam. If there wasn't the 2 garrison buildings here, the 2 outposts, we could easily handle this one.
For glory!
These guys come in to help us. We actually probably have a pretty good chance. Come on, friendly Lycians. Show me how friendly you are. We'll grab the governor's villa here in Aressos, make sure it's nice and safe. As soon as we can, we'll then probably swivel on over to getting the royal estate in Troy. Got the wood there. Alright, let's see if we can't get him to bring the action. Ancillary's unequipped. Oh, administrative ledger. You already have one of those, but I guess we could double up on that, can't we? Aeneas the very administrative. Mounts. No new weapons gained.
Battle-clad and ready.
Alright, so there's the outpost in Walusa and the Ressos. If I can go ahead and snag in another Shrine of Apollo, I definitely will. I will ignore the rest of these actions and we'll end the turn. So what is happening here? They just decided they're going to come back down? Our enemies avoid Hector at all costs.
Greatness is
So where'd they go?
acknowledged.
There's one army here.
I cannot do it.
They're just going to try to go all the way around, aren't they?
I'll win or die trying.
Are they
I
declaring
hope
war
our
on anyone besides
relationship
us?
does not deteriorate.
No. They're just being weird. That makes sense. He may be an
Prince
ambush chance
Hector.
right here, trying to lure us into. And in that case, I honestly think if we send Hector back
Each
over,
day brings hope.
we can have Hector defend Troy, and then threaten to attack in Brazos, which they have 12 guys.
That is
That army
not
must have got
possible.
taken out, but I'm not sure how.
Eager for action.
Hector, come on in, grab this one, and we should be able to make it all the way to Troy.
Aeneas of Dardania.
Aeneas. Let's grab one more Spear Lad
I
and
agree.
more Asuan warriors to surround and destroy whatever comes across here.
That is beyond me.
That is beyond. Go for stone. Oh, look, you decided to join, but you're standing off on the side kind of weirdly.
Master of the Aegean.
Here, I will offer to help you.
Stay together.
We'll go into... There's no he has more armies. We can just go into raiding stance. Then we can help out these two armies as they take down Erythrae. They won't help us otherwise. We'll just start raiding
Till
here.
they see reason.
Steal their things. Evil Priam activate. Great gold mine. Sounds awesome. You also need to make sure it's well defended. Have not the stone for that upgrade. Alright, such is the way. Let's see if we can grab some.
This
Arians
could
don't
work
care about
out
that
well
stone.
for
I'll
us
give
both.
you... Ooh, okay, 500 apparently is too much. What about 200? Or 63 bronze that I can do.
All good.
He also wants to be adopted into our dynasty. What is with this? Everyone wants to join Priam. Alright, so Lissos. We'll come on in and we'll get some walls. Oh, hang on now. What is this? The Royal Jeweler. Oh, how nice. Happiness, influence, influence. Well, we don't really want to buff up our own influence, do we? Kind of a strange... Because we want so much foreign presence, we don't really want to buff up our own influence. Let's go ahead and put in the guard tower there, just in case these clowns decide that a gold settlement does sound
I
nice.
fight for my city.
As soon as this enemy is defeated, we can bring Priam up and start clobbering these clowns. As soon as we figure out where this other army is, too. Them playing KG is a little bit
The kingdom's
unfortunate.
fate rests on your
Let's go ahead and
willingness
start building up
to
some
work
relations with
together.
Agamemnon.
I appreciated our talk, my
He doesn't like us very much.
peer.
Getting only 15 there is a little bit unfortunate. Normally you get 20. We're almost there on our unity bond.
I've got what it takes.
Korea wants to have a
Matters
defensive alliance.
now is the future. Don't you agree?
Beautiful. Oh, I do agree. You will give me as much food as you're willing to part with. So 125, 130 sounds... Oh, just kidding. We'll do 120... I guess 127.
I'm happy with...
I'm happy with that as well. We'd also grab a military alliance, or probably something along the same lines. We'll just go 90 for that one. Ooh, we need a little bit more. Haggle activate.
Well worth it.
I think so too. Political marriage, diplomatic marriage. Listen, do we need that? Paris is not married. Hector's over here having chitlins left and right. I guess we do need to get Paris married, don't we? We could just find one at random. She is also a hedonist. Or a remarkable beauty. See, we could use diplomacy, or if we really needed to, 15% extra chance of having children. Paris and Hector will have huge trees. Let's come on into diplomacy, see if we can't find some female matches. Looks like only here in Korea and my...
Do not even consider
Mycenae.
taking advantage of me.
What if... Request a character from another faction to be married and transferred to your faction. Yeah, what if we take Helen? What if we take Helen and marry her to Paris? Yeah. No, see, that's fine. No, Menelaus will be fine. Don't worry about it. He says -12. What if I give you some money? What if I offer to give you money per turn? He's not having it. Alright, fair enough. We can't do the old sneaky. Alright, Korea it is then.
Born for war. I'm definitely open to negotiation.
Sounds about right. Marry a character from your faction to a character from another faction to improve your diplomatic standing. Both characters remain in their original factions. You may pay for custody to keep the child in your faction. Really? Alright. What if we just request a diplomatic marriage? You are a purveyor of trinkets. No, I don't like that so much. You could get married to Aeneas. That wouldn't help us out, really. So yeah, you can get married to Aeneas. That sounds great. Ooh, he doesn't like that so much, does he? Excuse me. What? Greedy. I'm not giving you any settlements. All right. Enough of that. Paris. We're gonna arrange your marriage to Hinari, the remarkable beauty. Enjoy your rest of your lives together. Hip hip hooray. The hedonist and the remarkable beauty. Does sound about right. Oh, here he is. He's just kind of sailing around on the open seas.
I'll have to refuse.
I mean, will you now? I think we can try.
Beware.
Oh man, we can probably take him. He was hiding here in Sestos. Perfect. That actually works pretty fantastically. 4 expired barters. I think most of these are just people giving us things, so... Oh, this one expired.
This may improve both our situations.
Will it now? Sounds good to me.
Certainly.
Thank you, Sarpedon. Hello, Eddie. Welcome on in. Will the game be available at midnight? Ooh, they have a chart actually up on the Twitter, or over on the Total War, just their normal kind of page with all their blogs that's showing where you can reload it, but and when it will be available as well. I think they have a time chart rolling out to let you know. All right, so civilization looks like it is still in prosperity, but barely. We're prosperous, but just barely. Currently, we've got abundance down in everywhere that's not us. Fair enough. So we're just getting more replenishment because of law and order. Let's see, people are having a taste for trouble, and the wandering outcast be wandering. Yeah, that tends to be the way.
With Athena's
I love it. It's just a whole bunch of club guys and rocks. Actually do have some foreign presence, so if you wish to, we could just not use it and gain 50 gold. And weakening everyone else's morale. I like that one much more. inspired barters, and we've got some
Speak honestly
court decisions.
and weigh your words.
I like what we have
I
here.
want a court
Bows
worthy
and slings,
of the name.
cost less. Yes, please. Ours are always going to be better than our enemies. And that'll be our turn. We will be going until about 4:30 here, Central Standard, so we got about 30 more minutes in me. And then we will call it for the day. I am thinking very strongly about having another stream tomorrow for Pharaoh as well, just to show off maybe one of the other factions in Mesopotamia. And then we'll probably hold it on streams until sometime next week. That way I can kind of get those overviews done. They take a lot of time to get done, kind of by myself here. Recording, editing, and then figuring out what clips are missing for us to go back and re-record. So for our next ambition, we've got Love Conquers All. This is bringing Helen on in. Maintaining more units or expanding. Ooh, I like the wood bump here. We just require us to get a little bit aggressive. Let's do it. 300 wood is very nice. So they're just running back and forth with these armies here. I wish this map zoomed in a little bit more and kind of showed it, like similar to in Warhammer, how you could see armies and bits of armies and such. You can kind of do that like this. It doesn't let you see what the armies are really consisting of. Oh, here he is. Oh, you poor fool.
Not a chance.
Not a chance indeed.
Born survivor.
You have not a chance of surviving. Let's go ahead and grab some
to honor you,
prayers to
divine
Apollo. We should be able to
ones.
stamp this poor fool out, not a resolve.
Not an option.
Destined for greatness.
So Aeneas, you come up here.
Heading for
There's
action.
no way you can recruit. You can't fight 8 guys that are defending a minor settlement. You'll get crushed. Now we
Loyal
can
to
turn
the
things
last.
around.
Show your courage.
And actually, let's have ourselves a battle. I know we could auto-resolve this one, but we haven't had a battle in some time. So, Aeneas and Hector versus Euryalios. Your name's hard to say. You shall not be hard to slay.
Fools, they're not running. Bow cutters! Immediately. We've trained for this. We serve. Honor and duty. True warriors. Killing at range. At once! We shall. They should be quivering in their sandals.
Ready for action.
Very well! As commanded!
Ready to act.
That's settled! Willing and able! Into the storm! Move out now!
State your orders! God's go with us! Armed and ready! Head off! Slingers! Move out! Advance! On the march! Fire from range! For Troy! March on! Fall upon them! Slingshots! We serve! For Troy! Onward! On the march! Head on! Leave none alive! Fire from range! Troy forever! Fire safe! Forward! Troy forever! Hector! Advance! On the march! Head off! Bring death from afar! Slingers fire! Slingers fire! Head off! Hit their vitals! Your blows are mighty! Begin flanking! Swords! They will pay! Strike true! True warriors! Marksman! Solid in defense! Loose slingshot! Kill them all! They will pay! Cut them down! Slaughter them! Forward! Slings prepared! Battle hardened! Forget the odds! Bring their deaths! March on! Bring death from afar! Slingers! Leave none alive! Fall upon them! Forward! Attack! I'll show my strength! Swords! Cut them down! State your orders! Train for war! Loose slingshot! Fire at will! At your command! Strike true! They will pay! Bring death from afar! They will pay! Slingers! Forward! Train for war! Battle hardened! Swords! Acknowledged! Fire slings! Slings! Troy forever! Slings prepared! Fire from range! They will pay! They will pay! Battle hardened! Bring the dead! Songs will be sung! This day will be remembered! Positions! Forward march! We advance! Bring death! Fire at will!
Together, we won. Let our prisoners go.
My worth is proven. Aeneas of Dardania.
To our fate.
Don't hold back! Ah, glorious victory! Release them. With success, progress.
Oh, good grief. That's how it works. Thanks for letting me know there, random name. The voice did not give out. I guess I've been here sitting here talking to myself the whole time, which does tend to be the way
I will do my duty.
Muted it to avoid a cough, and
I cannot.
well, unfortunate. All right, so we'll go ahead and get some reduction of upkeep here with Aeneas. Thanks, random name. Glad you called it out. Otherwise, I would not have noticed for a lot longer. We had been sitting here talking to ourselves.
Gods of Olympus, hear me.
Yeah, I was, but not to that degree. I was sitting here talking to you guys the entire time.
Prince Hector.
And I feel kind of stupid, but that's alright. Has to happen every now and again. Oh, do they raise these on the way through? What a bully.
Helm.
He blew up both of them. We'll repair both of them then. I was repairing it. I was replying to comments and everything.
Battle
and such is the way. We'll start walking back over to Troy and get him some more troopers. But your question on if I think they overbuff missile units with lethality, no, I think it is still pretty balanced. The only units that really feel super lethal are your javelins, which have about a 50% chance. Some of the more elite archers do seem kind of goofy with. If they can hit side shots on your heavily armored guys, they will pretty much ignore that armor and scythe you down pretty quickly. But if they are able to block with your shields or they have really high armor, they can stave off a good bit of that lethality. So it does actually feel pretty balanced because they changed a lot of stats to incorporate for it. I don't have them all here, but it looks like they've probably reduced some melee attack, increased some melee defenses kind of across the board just to make sure that people aren't just getting annihilated per swing. Because you do still have a chance using your melee defense to completely block that attack still. So even if they were to swing and it was to be a lethal blow, it could still be staved off. I don't want to use slings anymore. I really can't lie. Slings have been letting me down. If anything, we just need more Trojan slings anyway, because they are far superior in every way
I
to
rely on your
the
strength.
Suin variant. Now that makes far more sense as to why, James, you were helping me out in the way you were.
I know my duty.
Really, we're not gonna move in and do any damage here? These guys don't stand a chance.
I
He's just
could
gonna
die
raid with us.
tomorrow and be glad.
I could die tomorrow and be glad. Well, now there's 14 guys here, on top of the 7 in the settlement.
In airy service.
Are you gonna move in and do some damage, or are you just gonna sit outside? Oh, they've got all the now they're coming in. That'll do. Great gold mine there. Actually, probably a pretty good idea. Also go ahead and upgrade our minor settlement there, which is the way.
Aeneas of Dardania.
Then we'll go for the fruit gardens here in Percote as well. There's no way this army can make it on through. This looks like they're probably one of their starting forces.
That is
this
not
guy's
possible.
building up with more Asuans. I am ready for my invasion of Imbrasos.
Should
a
you
little bit more
insult
relations
your
here
peers,
with
know
the
that you
Aegean
insult the dignity of my court.
I shall fondly remember how accommodating you have been.
I'm glad to hear it. So glad to hear it. 50 is going to be quite some time before we build that on up. Skill points for Hector for winning these battles.
Courage.
We'll just go for more movement for Hector. Movement for Hector. Got construction, I guess it wants us to get done in Eresos. Which, truthfully, I don't see anything here I really want, unless we're going to go ahead and grab some more walls. Or maybe the happiness building. So we'll go ahead and wait there. And in Troy, we have 3 unused workforce. We just don't have any stone to build anything. Cannot build, you have insufficient funds. We do indeed. Let's see if we can't build up some more stone.
Very well.
I don't like that you don't like us there, Rhesus. Let's go ahead and start giving you the runaround. Not 500, that's a lot.
Yes.
A little bit of a good old... We'll do 100 at a time, that way it's not quite as obnoxious.
Unacceptable array.
But the smaller, more barters you do with them, 3 each time is how you build up your relations very quickly. So, whatever you're kind of willing to give over. I need stone, so here we have it.
Acceptable.
And then we'll go ahead and look for some wood, which no one is good on. Lycians look like they're better than most.
Both our
Let's grab
situations.
50. Ooh, nice. 100. And then we'll go for just 50 more. Alright, sweet. And that allows us to then get the fruit gardens here. Continuing to fix our food woes. For royal decrees, we are getting along very slowly. We've got native officers, so now faction-wide we'll be getting more native XP. We've got more XP per turn. 3 turns before we have an additional god dedication slot. We can start worshipping Aphrodite. I realized we didn't really need to move Aeneas back over this way because that army has no chance. Let's go ahead and pop in the way station here. Further increase our legitimacy. Priam does not the move because he's here raiding. Last thing we'll do is just see if anyone else wants to be in a alliance. Arhuntas is thinking about it. What if we join your war with Cybria?
We will ensure you get everything
and watch them come straight over after us. No, he doesn't want us to join that war. Okay. You got them on your own then, bud. You've got this. Please. Just easy. Just attack him. Or move everyone else up in so we can help with you. He stood just far enough back that he wouldn't reinforce, which I think is kind of rude as our allies. He wants the settlement. He doesn't want us to have it. We found this with Bay. Oh, we're attacking Kaimi. We shall help you. Wow, they're gonna get obliterated. Priam will not. I'm gonna axe to the back. Get him, Lycians. Ooh. What did you do to deserve that? Besides, cheesed us with movement. We'll go ahead and use this warrior as valuable prisoners. Problem is we're going to have a single turn where we're going to be raiding in their settlements. They'll have a little bit of negative relations with us, just realized. So Rusa has come of age, daughter of Priam. They have now become the Labagetas through intrigue and cunning. I'm actually not sad to see that. Glad you did. As for you, Priam, it is indeed time to get out here and bring you back over towards Troy.
Poseidon.
So, come on over to towards Olyssos.
The kingdom's fate rests
Should have
on
enough
your
relations with him
willingness
to
to work
probably
together.
go for the embezzle. So let's go ahead and grab the embezzle request.
A smart move, Volution. Consider your
initiated a
next
plot
one carefully.
Against me. Alright, the rascal. I'm going to remove you from court right away. So I'm going to go ahead and do my own plot against you. Enjoy the embezzling. Alright, mine only has a 23% chance. He has a lot of legitimacy. Oh, no, he doesn't. His is starting to wane as well, since he was at war with me, and I told him no. Go sit down. Dad's talking to someone else right now. Really?
I'm afraid I cannot.
I'm afraid you're about to get drop kicked.
Divinely watched.
Let's go in non-march.
Yes.
Oh, they have another 20 stack here.
I cannot
It's
do
a
it.
non-ending wave of these clowns.
Not really an option.
So here's what we will do. Because we do want to get out there and start taking it down. Let's come into Troy.
Protect this settlement.
Come into
Moving
Troy,
to
means come
position.
outside in ambush stance.
Get into cover.
Let Aeneas
Dardania's lord.
come across towards Troy.
Onward to glory.
In Troy. If they decide to send their guys up this way, we will... Oh, Mochi, you fall out of the... Smallest cat fell off the tower. It's no fun. I'll have you keep getting us even more. Let's go for one more charger.
shall
I can
be.
grab a couple more chargers. To be frank, but I want the slings. We'll get better archers soon. More food here with these grain farms. Instead of 125, it gives us a 55 more, as well as 2 more workforce growth. Truthfully, I think we probably need to start moving up these tiers, so we just need some more stone. Let's see if we can't grab that from our allies.
Speak.
Who is on needing of their stone?
I'm definitely open to negotiation.
I am definitely loving to hear it. How about I give you anything besides bronze? Drop that down to 0, and I'll give you maybe as much gold as you might want. 5? That sounds good to me.
Acknowledged.
Is this southern Anatolia? Map is so jam-packed it's hard to tell where you are. Let's go ahead and show you. We are on kind of the Anatolian coastline here. So this is kind of the biggest that... It probably is more southern, but the Greece is kind of right on across the way. We've got Thrace to the north. Northern Hatti. So you're kind of just on the edge of Hatti there. But they did definitely scrunch the map up a little bit in the Aegean side. You've got Crete in the middle. Or maybe I always get Crete mixed up. We at least have Knossos down here with all their gold. And then the other added areas are over here in Mesopotamia. So you got the Tigris and the Euphrates. And that comes all the way down to kind of over here. I'm thinking there are definitely still some options for further map enlargements, but I don't know if we're going to see them. Go across the sea from Egypt and from Greece kind of equally. Well, definitely not equally, but across the sea from. Yeah, absolutely.
Son of Aphrodite.
More pending actions. Let's go ahead and... Oh, we've got expired barters with Lycia. I think most of those are... You have a 50 bronze.
I am eager to talk with my natural
stuff.
ally.
How about I offer to give you, let's say, 20 gold a turn, and you give me... He doesn't have much bronze, does he? Never mind. Just want to see if we can get one of his other barters up and back running. Don't need
I am
to
eager
import
to
gold
talk
anymore.
with my natural ally.
Let's go ahead and stop exporting any kind of wood whatsoever, and we'll give him some gold instead. Oh, he's not giving us anything. What? Why not? Oh, he has no bronze. Okay, fair enough. We'll just not re-up any of those deals for now. Ooh, the game's having its issues. No lag now. We were doing fine before. Alright, here in Troy proper then, we're gonna go ahead and upgrade the trading range so we can get some actual good archers in. So much better lethality than our slings.
Wise king of Achaea.
Let's get points for Papa Priam.
Master of the Aegean.
We'll give him some more movement so we can get zooming. Actually, he doesn't have less than 10 units, so we'll go ahead and give him more movement. Priam on his jet skis.
By your word. Over the deep.
This way, buddy. Spooky as that might be. We're bringing all our armies up together. We're past the first tier, I think, now of Perseus. Now we've got 18. So it went down a little bit. Why do we have 19 previously? Could have been, I guess, from the games, but now we've got 2 allies. And from both of our allies, we have pretty much the same units, just a different order. Cool. Good to know. Ooh, Rhesus, he wants a lot of my gold for a lot of food, actually. I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to this. What if I give you less gold for less food? Let's say like 25 a turn and you give us less food. Oh, for 9 turns too? That's kind of weird. Drop that down. Oh, you're being kind of stingy now, huh? That's fine. Let's also get rid of this and see how much more they're willing to give us. That's better. 320. 310 more. Thank you, Rhesus.
Good plan.
Good plan. And Rhesus, we will be confederating, so I can bring him into our squad.
At last.
All right then. Chromis, are you gonna come after our small settlement? I will call on my allies. They both despise you. Oh, really? Where were you hiding? Oh, we were in march stance. That was unfortunate. They snuck up on us. Alright, let's have one more battle here for this stream. As they attack us, they're going to be coming across the field towards us, so we can kind of hang back here. Looks like we're up on this kind of hillside on either side here. And let them draw back into their doom. Do it. Alright.
Keep your heads down.
Actually, we have a pretty good choke point over here. We can force them through, so that's what we're going to try to do. We can keep our archers back here if we really need to. We can kind of take the high ground with my swordsmen, who are likely to actually reach that. Spear lads. Trojan champions. Then I'll have these guys hanging back just in case they do send dudes around, because we'll be in a lot of trouble if they do. Post my slings up as far up as possible. Archers behind them.
That's settled.
Actually, don't mind them being on the other side of the slings. It's a pretty good idea. So all of our melee boys, archers, spear boys in guard mode for me. All right, let's do it. Aggressive push towards the hill. Aggressive push up with the slings too.
State your orders. We can't go on much longer.
Oh, sneaky. All right. Switch positions.
Immediately. Skilled and ready.
Let's have these guys go this way.
I concur.
And you two can kind of make sure no one sneaks up and over that way.
Very well. Spears.
So make them their own spear group. Move quick, lads. They do have some guys coming up the other side, too. Priam, fall back. Our archers round.
True warriors.
Yeah, they're trying to bomb Priam, which does make sense. That's how you win battles, killing the general.
The men are exhausted. In good order.
Move quick, lads. Archers start annihilating here. Oh, those guys are getting bombed on. Let's go ahead and drop into phalanx stance. So whoever was willing to actually see phalanx stance, I'll put it in slow-mo so we can actually see some of the action. This is what the stance they get into when battle's active, so they actually take up a proper blocking stance, which is just fantastic.
of valor!
Clouds here. Get the melee on either side with you guys. Charge them down. Our archers should be just annihilating the Asuan slings. Enemy general's already down. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Enemy general being dead so quick is just fantastic. Up here. Well done, team. The death of their general should see a lot of these guys running for the hills pretty quickly. They're broken. Guards of Troy and Phalanx stance. This guy's hiding. They are, currently. They're against the camp. We can have them advance in Phalanx. Through and advance in Phalanx. Appreciate the call out. Might make it on back. Priam, you clobber them. You deal with the archers. I'd surround these lads so we can let our arrows rain down on them.
The men's spirit is broken.
Breaking morale to mass morale. Missed it so much. Yeah, no, you're all going to be experiencing the same thing. It's my side. It's not you. Don't you worry. Thanks for sticking in. This shouldn't be the case here for the next couple of them. I just have to figure out what the problem is. The first time this happened, I have pretty dang good internet. They thought they could take us down on the seas, and that's a 20 stack lost. Yeah, appreciate it. We'll get it sorted for the next one. Kind of a surprise. I will butcher the pronunciation of your name, but welcome on into the stream. Thank you so much. Anyway, that's that. Glad to see y'all back. And thank you all, whoever has stuck in with me through the weird connection issues. Let's go ahead and snag. We don't really need the... we probably should grab the replenishment, huh? Let's do it. How was the game? This last battle went very well for us. Guy tried to come on and attack us while we were in march on the sea. So they had 20 stack kind of hiding out there, or they were able to sail across and get us. Didn't work out so well. So now we might be able to start pushing these two factions back at the same time. Hopefully before the death of Priam. Oh yeah, if you probably weren't here for the rating earlier, I give the Pharaoh gets a very hefty 9.5 out of 10 from me, with all of the changes. Court plotting exposed. Oh man. Well, I'm not gonna cancel my embezzlement. Joy, you can find out about it. You're not gonna stop me. I need to wait till tomorrow. Yep. Everyone else is waiting on until tomorrow. I have early access, is why I have it early. And that is the only reason.
My voice rises above
I'm going to just get rid of these guys then real quick. You didn't get any skill points, Priam?
Show no
nonsense.
Fear.
Asuboki. Come on out of here. I really do wish we had naval battles too, especially now with the addition of the Greeks. That's incredibly loud. Let's dial that back a bit.
Were with us.
There we go. I wish we had naval battles, especially with the addition of the Greeks. It can be quite small in scale, but I don't know, people might complain about how small they are. I'll go ahead and grab the extra treasury. That was the update. Asks the OKBG. Pretty fantastic. I would consider this now a well worth whatever. What I think the cost is dropped because it's on sale right now by I think 33%, but definitely worth the cost now. With the Sea Peoples, I thought it was worth the $40. It just wasn't. I didn't ever consider it. At that point, I definitely didn't consider it a historical title, and I didn't think they were ever going to try to make it one. But since then, I have had my mind changed, and this is even better now than I think it was then. Because I thought it was fine with the Sea People, but now we have family trees, we have diplomatic marriages, we have all sorts of cool stuff. We have these dynasties, which, as you do different things in your campaign, you'll be actually becoming a stronger ruler, which will give you nice different buffs depending on the ethos you have. So the more of these different aspects you complete, the more that ethos will build up. I don't know if you can have more than one at a time. We're very close to unlocking the piety aspect as well. So we'll see, because it looks like it is at once you have 8 of those accomplishment points stacked on up, that's when it gives you the ethos, but I might be wrong. Hey, Mr. Liu, what do you think about the new update? It is, I think it's glorious. I think this is exactly what Pharaoh was missing. And they have turned this into a proper historical Bronze Age Total War, worthy of being purchased. I think it's fantastic. You've all come on here. If you're coming in just now, you're a little bit late into the stream. I do apologize. We are nearing the end of our stream for the day, but we have conquered a little bit of land with Troy. We've got Eressos, we've got Volissos. Our allies have been expanding quite a bit too, so their lands are building on up. We're going to try to make friends with the Thracians, and even I'm going to try to snake Aeolia from the Mycenaeans too. Mycenaeans. We're going to try to snake Achilles. That way we can try to confederate up with him and force Achilles to fight for us. We'll see if we can. This campaign will not end here, don't you worry. We'll probably pick this up sometime next week. The plan is I'm going to keep working on the faction overviews, and then we'll probably have another stream either tomorrow or on Friday to show off Babylon. So thanks so much for joining me by today's stream. We've had quite a bit of fun here. I will see you all next time. Is it better than Warhammer? No, I actually put it on equal footing with Warhammer Total War. It's a fantastic game now. Very worth your time. Thanks, random name. Appreciate it. Glad you made it on in for the stream. See you all later.